The Kantian split subject. Deleuze discerns the possibility of a transcendental ground more fundamental than that of mind in Kant's articulation of the manner in which the subject is split or fissured by the form of time. We can trace the trajectory of Deleuze's reasoning here by following Kant's articulation of this split. According to Kant, the understanding does not find some sort of combination of the manifold already in inner sense, but produces it, by affecting inner sense. But how the I that I think is to differ from the I that intuits itself, for I can represent other kinds of intuition as at least possible, and yet be identical with the latter as the same subject, how therefore I can say that I as intelligence and thinking subject cognize myself as an object that is thought, insofar as I am also given to myself in intuition, only, like other phenomena, not as I am for the understanding but rather as I appear to myself. This is no more and no less difficult than how I can be an object for myself in general and indeed one of intuition and inner perception. Hence we must order the determinations of inner sense as appear anses in time in just the same way as we order those of outer sense in space. Hence if we admit that by the latter that we cognize objects by means only insofar as we are externally affected, then we must also concede that through inner sense we intuit ourselves only as we are internally affected by ourselves, i.e., as far as inner intuition is concerned we cognize our own subject only as appearance but not in accordance with what it is in itself. Point 2. It goes without saying that Deleuze will reject the transcendental unity of apperception as an empiricist assumption based on the model of recognition. To be sure, he will attribute some unity and identity to the subject, but like all other unities and identities, these will be produced as effects of synthesis, rather than a transcendental unity akin to a categorical operation. Consequently, there will be a transcendental or genetic condition for being a subject, but the subject will not be transcendent to the world. According to Kant, the empirical self is itself to be treated as yet another appearance among appearances, and thus cannot be granted any privilege in terms of immediacy. Rather than being immediate to itself, rather than being its own spontaneity, the self can only represent itself as spontaneous or as the origin of its own thoughts. This is similar to the situation in psychoanalysis where it is noted that we do not really know what we're going to say until we say it. Point 3. The Kantian subject is a split or barred subject. It is split by the intuition of time which runs through all of its self-manifestations, and within which even the subject must appear as a phenomenon. Just as all appearances must occur in time, so too must the self's appearance to itself transpire or unfold in time. As Heidegger famously argued, this already suggests that time is more fundamental, deeper, than the self as transcendental condition for experience. However, the surprising moment occurs in the paralogisms where Kant claims, I do not cognize any object merely by the fact that I think, but rather I can cognize any object only by determining a given intuition with regard to the unity of consciousness, in which all thinking consists. Thus I cognize myself not by being conscious of myself as thinking, but only if am conscious of myself, of the constitution of myself as determined in regard to the function of thought. All modi of self-consciousness in thinking are therefore not yet themselves concepts of the understanding of objects, categories, but mere functions which provide thought with no object at all, and hence do not present myself as an object to be cognized. It is not the consciousness of the determining self, but only that of the determinable self, i.e., of my inner intuition, insofar as its manifold can be combined in accord with the universal condition of the unity of apperception in thinking, that is the object. Point 4. The Kantian self, in and of itself, does not present itself as an object to be cognized, but instead must be produced or results from synthesis. Following Deleuze, we can say that the self is determinable, by the form of time, but not itself determining, by its own spontaneity, insofar as it can only represent this spontaneity to itself. In and of itself, the self is undetermined, and only takes on determination or differentiated form through syntheses affected by temporal relations. What is surprising in this passage is not the claim that the determinability of self takes place through time, but rather the parentheses at the end of the passage which claim that the manifold can be combined in accord with the universal condition of the unity of apperception in thinking. The fact that the manifold can be combined according to these conditions also suggests that it does not have to be combined AC according to these conditions. But if the manifold always manifests itself in time, then we are warranted in claiming that the manifold of flowing time presents itself as such. In fact, if it were not possible for the manifold of flowing time to present itself independently of the transcendental unity of apperception or the categories of the understanding, it would be very difficult to render the question or problems of critical philosophy intelligible at all. For how would we otherwise understand the necessity of the categories of the understanding as a priori conditions unless they were not given in the manifold flux of experience? How could the necessity of the categories be understood if it were not possible for experience to present itself as an uninformed flux? And how would we understand this if the manifold flux of experience were not given to us as a manifold flux of experience? Kant's analysis of causality in the second analogy readily comes to mind here. Often the problem of causality here seems incomprehensible to readers because it seems so apparent that the position of the boat on the river at one moment follows that of another moment. However, this is an example of thinking according to the complacent model of recognition. If causality is a problem, this is because at the level of the sheer flow of time itself, perceptions become paradoxical such that we can no longer decide which direction becoming moves in. As Alice grows larger, she also grows smaller. The causal sequence is not itself given in the intuition. Two important conclusions follow from the above. First, the subject itself is only ever encountered as an element in the manifold flux of experience, as being in this flow as an event among others. There is no given unity of the subject, and I can only represent the spontaneity of my thinking. I only experience the effects of my thinking, and not the spontaneity of thought itself. For if the latter, then I would have a relation to things in themselves. Second, the manifold flux of experience can be thought independently of the concepts of the understanding and the unity of apperception. But if this is the case, then we seem to be before a transcendental dimension more fundamental and deeper than those found in the understanding or the unity of apperception. Where both subject and object become elements in the manifold flux of experience, it becomes impossible to determine whether time is merely inner sense or whether objects are conforming to mind or whether mind and objects are both being generated by time, understood in a very specific sense. Here, time ceases to be treated as inner sense and becomes duration. Kant's analysis of the manner in which the subject is an appearance within time provides Deleuze with the doorway for jumping out of the critical philosophy, which privileges the categories of the understanding, into an analysis of time as a pure transcendental field independent of both subjects and objects. Although this argument shares some affinity to the one advanced by Heidegger in Kant and the problem of metaphysical ICS, as we shall see, it differs in that the analysis of duration is not made with reference to the finitude of Dasein. Duration is discovered as such and not as the duration of the finite subject. In short, the shift to time paves the way for talking about modes of synthesis and forms of relation that are no longer determined by the model of recognition and real relations among objects. Moreover, it also allows us to see the beginnings of how a generative account will be possible. The notion of a transcendental field is thus the idea of time independent of subjects and objects and out of which subjects and objects are generated. Toward a third Copernican revolution. This brings us to the most important difference between Kant and Deleuze, the status of the Copernican revolution. For Kant, a Copernican revolution is effected in philosophy and our thought becomes critical when we cease trying to determine how mind conforms to objects, and instead seek to determine how objects conform to mind. There is no small amount of Cartesianism at work here. If this shift is critical, then this is because mind must somehow have a certain relation to itself. An immanent relationship with its being, a relationship of certainty. For Deleuze, by contrast, the Copernican revolution takes place in and through the eternal return. As he puts it, that identity not be first, that it exist as a principle but as a second principle, as a principle become, that it revolve around the different. Such would be the nature of a Copernican revolution, which opens up the possibility of difference having its own concept, rather than being maintained under the domination of a concept in general already understood as identical. Nietzsche meant nothing more than this by eternal return. Eternal return cannot mean the return of the identical, because it presupposes a world, that of the will to power, in which all previous identities have been abolished and dissolved. Returning is being, but only the being of becoming. The eternal return does not bring back the same, but returning constitutes the only same of that which becomes. Returning is the becoming identical of becoming itself. Dr. 40-41. For readers of Deleuze who discern in him the message that all is different, this passage ought to be enough to dissuade them. 5. It is not that the categories of the same, similar, and the identical disappear from Deleuze's thought, rather, it is that these properties must be produced as effects, and primarily as effects of the differential genetic factors. Nonetheless, in connection with Kant, this passage ought to give us pause. We can very well see how it constitutes a sort of Copernican revolution insofar as it proposes that we treat difference as the condition of identity rather than identity as the condition of difference. In fact, we can almost hear Deleuze saying, "Hitherto we have sought to see how difference arises on the basis of identity in vain, let us see whether we fare better by seeking to determine how identity might arise on the basis of difference." But does this also function as a response to what Kant took the Copernican revolution to be? In other words, is Deleuze simply borrowing a recognizable trope from the history of philosophy for dramatic effect, or is he also responding to the Kantian primacy of the subject as the critical turning point? And if the latter, how does Deleuze respond to the Kantian assertion that we must first interrogate the power of cognition before practicing metaphysics? Does not Deleuze's position fall into a sort of speculative philosophy here? Is he not making a claim which goes beyond the limits of our experience? On the one hand, we can see how the eternal return as a Copernican revolution constitutes a response to the Kantian Copernican revolution insofar as the primacy of difference contests the identity of the mind, which constitutes the beginning of the Kantian critical project. However, while it may indeed call into question the unity of the Kantian subject, nothing yet explains what, on critical grounds, authorizes Deleuze to make this claim. In other words, asserting does not make it so. What Deleuze must demonstrate is that the Kantian critical turn itself leads to this conclusion, that critical thought is led to a point where the unity of the subject is dissolved and critical thought becomes indiscernible from speculative thought, which is not to say that critical thought becomes speculative thought. In short, one must pass through critique to reach the point of indiscernibility. It is precisely this point of indiscernibility, this passing over, the over Copernicus, which Deleuze discovers in the Kantian split subject. As Deleuze puts it, if the eternal return is the highest, most intense thought, this is because its own extreme coherence, at the highest point, excludes the coherence of a thinking subject, of a world which is thought of as a guarantor God. Rather than being concerned with what happens before and after Kant, which amounts to the same thing, we should be concerned with a precise moment within Kantianism, a furtive and explosive moment which is not even continued by Kant, much less by post-Kantianism. For when Kant puts rational theology into question, in the same stroke he introduces a kind of disequilibrium, a fissure or a crack in the pure self of the I think, an alienation in principle, insurmountable in principle. The subject can henceforth represent its own spontaneity only as that of an other, and in so doing invoke a mysterious coherence in the last instance which excludes its own, namely, that of the world and God. A cogito for a dissolved self, the self of I think includes in its essence a receptivity of intuition in relation to which I is already other. Dr. 58. This is none other than Kant's claim that the subject can only represent its own spontaneity, it does not have an immediate relation to its thought, and that it encounters itself as an appearance in time among other appearances. What is remarkable in all of this is that Deleuze identifies the Kantian subject with the Nietzschean eternal return. Much later, in the same text, Deleuze goes on to explain the significance of this dissolved self in the context of Descartes, by discussing the manner in which it introduces a transcendental notion of difference into thought. The entire Kantian critique amounts to objecting against Descartes that it is impossible for determination to bear directly upon the undetermined. The determination, I think, obviously implies something undetermined, I am, but nothing so far tells us how it is that the undetermined is determinable by the I think, in the consciousness of myself in the mere thought 1am the being itself, although nothing in me fies thereby given for thought. Kant therefore adds a third logical value, the determinable, or rather the form in which the undetermined is determinable, by the determination. This third value suffices to make logic a transcendental instance. It amounts to the discovery of difference no longer in the form of an empirical difference between two determinations, but in the form of a transcendental difference between the determination as such and what it determines, no longer in the form of an external difference which separates, but in the form of an internal difference which establishes an a priori relation between thought and being. Kant's answer is well known: the form under which undetermined existence is determinable by the I think is that of time. The consequences of this are extreme. My undetermined existence can be determined only within time as the existence of a phenomenon, of a passive, receptive phenomenal subject appearing within time. As a result, the spontaneity of which one am conscious in the I think cannot be understood as the attribute of a substantial and spontaneous being, but only as the affection of a passive self which experiences its own thought, its own intelligence, that by virtue of which it can say I being exercised in it and upon it but not by it. Dr. 85-86. If the determinable is no longer an empirical difference but a true transcendental difference, this is because it is the condition under which thought is able to determine being. It is not simply the difference between two instances, thought and being, but the internal link, the internal difference, which brings the undetermined and the determined together. The determinable is time. In Deleuze's view, when Kant discovers that the self is itself mediated by time, that it is fissured and cracked by time, that it can only represent itself as thinking and can no longer attribute spontaneity to itself as such, a transcendental domain is opened up which takes us beyond the primacy of the conscious knowing subject. This is why he adds emphasis when noting that the subject itself is within time. Where the subject itself manifests itself within time, the subject can no longer be treated as the first term, as the center in the Copernican revolution. We can no longer say whether time is an imposition of the subject or the subject an imposition of time. It is at precisely this point that critical philosophy becomes indiscernible from speculative philosophy. In that time, as the condition of the subject comes to render all distinctions between mediacy and immediacy indiscernible, it becomes impossible to draw a rigorous distinction between speculative and critical thought. No longer can we say that the subject's relation to objects is mediated. This is not because the subject now has an immediate relation to objects, but because the subject itself encounters itself in time, because the subject is in time. By the same token, we cannot say that the subject entertains a mediate relation to itself, because we cannot determine whether time is the mediate or the immediate. It is precisely this indiscernibility which Deleuze indicates with his emphasis on the subject as being within time. It is as if one must pass through the Kantian critical project, with its strict restrictions, in order to encounter a beyond of that critical project. Time out of joint. For Deleuze, then, the transcendental turn, the critical turn, comes when we seek to determine how things and subjects conform to time rather than time to things. However, this way of speaking is not quite accurate. To say things conform to time rather than time to things suggests that time simply conditions beings. However, now what is at stake is determining how things are generated in time, how a properly transcendental genesis takes place. As he puts it elsewhere, time is out of joint, time is unhinged. The hinges are the axis around which the door turns. Carta, in Latin, designates the subordination of time to the cardinal points through which the periodical movements that it measures pass. As long as time remains on its hinges, it is subordinate to movement, it is the measure of movement, interval, or number. This was the view of ancient philosophy. But time out of joint signifies the reversal of the movement-time relationship. It is now movement which is subordinate to time. Everything changes, including movement. KCP 7. Rather than asking how time conforms to movement, to moving things, we instead seek to determine how movement conforms to time, how it is produced by time, how it is rendered possible by time, how it occurs within time. This requires a transcendental analysis of the nature of time. We already saw a great deal of this analysis in chapters 2 and 4 of this book. On the one hand, the notion of duration evokes a new concept of time insofar as we no longer place our emphasis on the self-identical moving thing, going from place to place, but rather seek to determine qualitative change as the internal difference belonging to time as such. However, from this perspective, time still seems shackled to movement insofar as a duration seems to be a variation on the notion of a moving thing. The crucial shift occurs with the Bergsonian concept of memory. Recalling that duration is itself memory, insofar as a duration is a continuity and not an existence at a point, and thereby must maintain itself in the expanse of its duration, we can then see how movement itself becomes subordinated to time. For, as we saw with the second paradox of memory, the entirety of the past coexists with the present, forming a synthesis of all time. In this respect, each duration becomes an expression of the open whole of time, which thus ensures that a repetition of the same can never take place. As a result, time is no longer defined by succession because succession concerns only things and movements which are in time. If time were succession, it would need to succeed in another time, and so on to infinity. Things succeed each other in various times, but they are also simultaneous in the same time, and they remain in an indefinite time. Permanence, succession, and simultaneity are modes and relationships of time. Everything which moves and changes is in time, but time itself does not change, does not move, any more than it is eternal. It is the form of everything that changes and moves, but it is an immutable form which does not change. It is not an eternal form, but in fact, the form of that which is not eternal, the immutable form of change and movement. KCP 7/8. Once again we witness this property of time with respect to the third paradox of memory, or the pre-existence of the past with respect to the present. Insofar as the past must pre-exist the present, insofar as it is not constituted by passing presents, there is a sense in which it is immutable. Rather than approaching time cardinally in terms of succession, we instead seek to determine its ordinal structure, the past, present, and future as originary positions of time, as the immutable form of change conditioning movement. This conception of time is what Deleuze refers to as the eternal return insofar as the eternal return is the immutable form of change, the only same in that which is different, and which is arrived at by recognizing the manner in which the subject is split or fissured. Time itself unfolds, that is, apparently ceases to be a circle, instead of things unfolding within it, following the overly simple circular figure. It ceases to be cardinal and becomes ordinal, a pure order of time. Hölderlin said that it is no longer rhymed, because it was distributed unequally on both sides of a caesura, as a result of which beginning and end can no longer coincide. We may define the order of time as this: purely formal distribution of the unequal in the function of a caesura. We can then distinguish a more or less extensive past and a future in inverse proportion, but the future and the past here are not empirical and dynamic determinations of time, they are formal and fixed characteristics which follow a priori from the order of time, as though they comprised a static synthesis of time. The synthesis is necessarily static, since time is no longer subordinated to movement. Time is the most radical form of change, but the form of change does not change. The caesura, along with the before and after which it ordains once and for all, constitutes the fracture in the I. The caesura is exactly the point at which the fracture appears. Dr. 88-89. Initially, it might seem that Deleuze is reverting back to the pre-critical position of defining time in terms of a simple succession of instants, but his point is more nuanced than that. It is not that time is conceived as a series of instants, but rather that we can only conceive something like succession on the basis of a structural notion of time in which past, present, and future are ordinal. Put alternatively, conceived transcendentally, the past is that which was never present, the present is that which is only ever present, and the future is that which will never arrive. It is only insofar as time is ordinal, that it is composed of these three originary dimensions in their own right, that instants can manifest themselves in a succession as one instant coming after another and being preceded by another. As Deleuze explains rather dramatically. What does this mean, the empty form of time or the third synthesis? The northern prince says time is out of joint. Can it be that the northern philosopher says the same thing, that he should be Hamiltian because he is Oedipal? The joint, carta, is what ensures the subordination of time to those properly cardinal points through which pass the periodic movements which it measures, time, number of the movement, for the soul as much as for the world. By contrast, time is out of joint means demented time or time outside the curve which gave it a god, liberated from its overly simple circular figure, freed from the events which made up its content, its relation to movement overturned, in short, time presenting itself as an empty and pure form. Dr. 88. If the ordinal notion of time is Oedipal, this is because Oedipus is the one who encounters the event in such a way that it is just about to happen and has already happened. It is no longer one event simply following another, but a point at which events have already taken place and are just about to take place. The dimensionality of time, its ordinality, thus becomes a constitutive feature of time as such, a true transcendental difference. The future is no longer that which will eventually come to be, nor is the past that which once was. Rather, we now find ourselves enmeshed within these dimensions in such a way that the future can only unfold and the past can only be completed. The future is always coming without ever arriving, while the past is always finished without having been present. We can therefore see why Deleuze equates the Kantian conception of the split subject with the eternal return. Where past and future become originary, constitutive, dimensions of time, where they become the immutable form of change, the returning of past, present, and future can only bring the different rather than the same. This is because time, under such an account, can never achieve the requisite closure, the requisite circularity, necessary for making repetition a repetition of the identical. Rather, time calls all identities into question by abolishing all circular return between past and future. Deleuze expresses this point with unparalleled clarity in Cinema 2, the time image. If we take the history of thought, we see that time has always put the notion of truth into crisis. Not that truth varies depending on the epoch. It is not the simple empirical content, it is the form or rather the pure force of time which puts truth into crisis. Since antiquity this crisis has burst out in the paradox of contingent futures. If it is true that a naval battle may take place tomorrow, how are we to avoid one of the true following consequences, either the impossible proceeds from the possible, since, if the battle takes place, it is no longer possible that it may not take place, or the past is not necessarily true, since the battle could not have taken place. It is easy to regard this paradox as a sophism. It nonetheless shows the difficulty of conceiving a direct relation between truth and the form of time, and obliges us to keep the true away from the existent, in the eternal or in what imitates the eternal. Till 30. Once again, it must be emphasized that Deleuze is not talking here about a merely empirical notion of truth. As Deleuze clearly states, a new status of narration follows from this. Narration ceases to be truthful, that is, to claim to be true, and becomes fundamentally falsifying. This is not at all a case of each has its own truth, a variability of content. It is a power of the false which replaces and supersedes the form of the true, because it poses the simultaneity of impossible presents, or the coexistence of not necessarily true pasts. TI 131. It is not that each person fabricates their own truth, or that truth is historically or socially constructed. These are empirical theses and thus, while not unimportant, are philosophically uninteresting. Rather, the power of the false, the variability of the true, is a constitutive feature of truth arising from the ordinal structure of time. Insofar as time, in its transcendental constitution, contains a future that is always coming toward us without ever arriving and a past which has never been present, all propositions claiming truth are inherently upset. The battle may happen. Let us imagine time composed of two series, one transcendental and composed of three ordinal dimensions, the other empirical in which the present passes. Initially we treat Deleuze's claim as a sophism, because we assume that the truth value of the proposition remains a constant by virtue of being fixed at the origin. However, the problem here is that where these two series of time cross one another, the truth value of the proposition undergoes mutation and variation in time, abolishing the determinacy of its claim to truth. It is in this respect that possibility yields an impossibility. The proposition begins by expressing a possibility, but with the arrival of the battle the next day the proposition becomes the expression of an impossibility. Namely, it is impossible that the battle not occur. The condition for the possibility of the proposition also becomes the condition for its impossibility. It may appear here that Deleuze is confusing transcendental and empirical determinations of time. The arrival of the battle is an empirical determination, the passing of the present, while the relationship of the proposition to past, present, and future is a transcendental determination. However, this objection misses the crucial point that all three of the ordinal determinations insist together, after the manner of a multiplicity in which each variable only has value with respect to the other variables, within the proposition itself. As a result of this coexistence of the dimensions of time in the proposition, all determinations of truth must be attributed to the proposition. It is not that the value E of truth changes with the passing of time, but that the truth value of the proposition is already abolished, that it is already indeterminate. It is only when we restrict the proposition to one temporal dimension, the present, ignoring the constitutive role of the other ordinal dimensions, that we are able to restrict the truth value of the proposition. For this reason, Deleuze refers to the transcendental dimension of the proposition as sense and claims that it is no longer determined in terms of truth and falsity, but rather sense and nonsense. Moreover, we see here why Deleuze equates the Kantian conception of the split or fissured subject with the eternal return of the different. Where the form of time itself remains immutable, the passing of duration can only bring the different. No longer is it possible to assume a circularity, a repetition of the same, between past and future, for the future is necessarily indeterminate while the past is always already determinate. The only same of the eternal return is constituted through the becoming identical of the different. Identity is an effect, a synthesis, a production of difference. The domain of the idea or sense becomes the question of how these constitutive dimensions come to be linked. The becoming identical of the different, the event of time and the subject of difference. It is at this point that we become able to see why the eternal return abolishes the coherence of the subject and contests the nature of the Kantian critical turn. Once again, it must be emphasized that one must pass through Kantian critique in order to reach this point. It is only on the basis of Kant's transcendental analysis that the fact that we must treat the subject as an appearance comes to light. Through Kant we are able to see that the subject is a representation to itself, that it is mediated with respect to itself, in much the same way that Peirce claims man is a sign. It is only insofar as we resolve to view the experience as giving us nothing but phenomena, nothing but appearances, that it becomes possible to arrive at this point of view. In short, the very concept of appearance must be abolished because it no longer stands opposed to reality. Appearance is on the side of reality. Pre-critical philosophies are inherently blind to such a thesis insofar as they ignore the question of the conditions under which experience is possible, thus leading them to inevitably privilege the temporal dimension of the present and to substantialize, to hypostatize, the subject. This trend is everywhere apparent in naive readings of Nietzsche, Foucault, and Deleuze. Inevitably these discussions degenerate into a vulgar distinction between power, the state, or ressentiment, and the true self just waiting to get out to enjoy its bodies and pleasures while joyfully creating itself. In short, power is seen as external, rather than as the very thing that produces the subject. These readings are not unmotivated by the texts in question. But it is all too clear that these positions are based on empiricist assumptions about the primacy of the present and the fullness of the self. If the eternal return abolishes the coherence of the self, if it abolishes its claim to full self-presence and mastery, this is because the self is like a proposition with respect to the ordinal dimensions of time, such that the self is always already what it was and always already just about to be what it will be. Never, however, is the self first what it is in the sense of presence. In Derridean terms, we could say that the subject is always caught in a play of difference, producing a simulacrum of identity through difference as an effect. The possibility of the self is its own impossibility. Having abjured its empirical content, having overturned its own ground, time is defined not only by a formal and empty order but also by a total ity and a series. In the first place, the idea of a totality of time must be understood as follows: the caesura, of whatever kind, must be determined in the image of a unique and tremendous event, an act which is adequate to time as a whole. This image itself is divided, torn into two unequal parts. Nevertheless, it thereby draws together the totality of time. This symbolic image constitutes the totality of time to the extent that it draws together the caesura, the before and the after. However, in so far as it carries out their distribution within inequality, it creates the possibility of a temporal series. In effect, there is always a time at which the imagined act is supposed too big for me. This defines a priori the past or the before. It matters little whether or not the event itself occurs, or whether the act has been performed or not. Past, present, and future are not distributed according to this empirical criterion. The second time, which relates to the caesura itself, is thus the present of metamorphosis, a becoming equal to the act and a doubling of the self, and the projection of an ideal self in the image of the act. This is marked by Hamlet's sea voyage and by the outcome of Oedipus's inquiry: the hero becomes capable of the act. As for the third time in which the future appears, this signifies that the event and the act possess a secret coherence which excludes that of the self, that they turn back against the self which has become their equal and smash it to pieces, as though the bearer of the new world were carried away and dispersed by the shock of the multiplicity to which it gives birth. What the self has become equal to is the unequal in itself. Dr. 89-90. At the outset, we can ask whether or not Deleuze has in fact descended back into the empirical. In treating the distribution of past, present, and future in terms of an event, this seems to be precisely what he has done. All, past, present, and future are supposed to be transcendental determinations of time, while events are generally thought to be that which transpire in time. This point is suggested all the more by the manner in which Deleuze seems to equate the distribution of past, present, and future with the power of a symbol, which, as we saw in Chapter 3, is associated with the first passive synthesis of time or habitus. Do we not encounter a sort of transcendental empirical doublet here? It is not easy to see how Deleuze can navigate this difficulty. On the one hand, Deleuze claims that it matters not whether or not the distributive event actually occurs because past, present, and future are not distributed according to empirical criteria. In other words, the distribution of the dimensions of time is not dependent upon whether the event has actually passed or is actually yet to come. Rather, the event distributing time is similar to Kant's transcendental unity of apperception that we inevitably posit without actually experiencing it. The subject inevitably posits an event distributing the before and after of its being. The event need not transpire in actuality at all for it to function as an event and to fulfill this function. However, it is difficult to see how this approach can succeed since, while Deleuze indeed rescues the distributive event from the real, it might nonetheless remain within the imaginary. Insofar as the dimension of the imaginary, not to be confused or equated with the virtual, since the imaginary too has virtual conditions, is no less empirical than that of the real. Deleuze seems unable to give the determinations of time a truly transcendental articulation. The source of these criticisms lies in placing too much emphasis on the event itself. Indeed, the event itself makes manifest the transcendental determinations of time, but in and of itself it is only the ever-receding synthesis of time. What is important with respect to the event is what transpires between event and act. And this relation transpiring between event and act is dependent upon the transcendental determinations of time. The transcendental structure of time is the condition for the possibility of the disparity between event and act. The narcissistic ego is inseparable not only from a constitutive wound but from the disguises and displacements which are woven from one side to the other, and constitute its modification. The importance of the reorganization which takes place at this level in opposition to the preceding stage of the second synthesis cannot be overstated. For while the passive ego becomes narcissistic, the activity must be thought. This can occur only in the form of an affection, in the form of the very modification that the narcissistic ego passively experiences on its own account. Thereafter, the narcissistic ego is related to the form of an I which operates upon it as an other. This active but fractured I is not only the basis of the superego but the correlate of the passive and wounded narcissistic ego, thereby forming a complex whole that Paul Ricoeur aptly named an aborted cogito. We saw above that the fracture of the I was no more than the pure and empty form of time separated from its content. The whole of time is gathered in the image of the formidable action as this is simultaneously presented, forbidden, and predicted by the superego, the action equals X. The narcissistic ego repeats once in the form of the before or lack, in the form of the ID, this action is too big for me, a second time in the form of an infinite becoming equal appropriate to the ego ideal, a third time in the form of the after which realizes the prediction of the superego, the ID and the ego, the condition and the agent, will themselves be annihilated. Dr. 110-11. We see here that a transcendental distribution of time is a necessary condition for the relation between past, present, and future belonging to the subject. The action that is too big for me is dependent upon the past that has never been present. It is an event which has never itself transpired in the present. If the subject is dependent upon such an event, this is because the subject must necessarily occupy a level of the past in order for the present to pass. It is for this reason that Deleuze says, we do not repeat because we repress because we repeat, Dr. 105. If we do not repeat because we repress, this is because repression is based on this primordial relationship with the past that repeats itself throughout present experience, by the coexistence of the past with the present. Repression thus takes place as a result of the dual serialization between the past that has never been present and the passing present repeating the past endlessly with potentially infinite variation like a refrain. What is important here is that the narcissistic ego must experience the relationship between the pure past and the present passively. This is precisely what Kant indicates when he claims that the understanding does not find itself as a given in the unity of the manifold, but must produce this unity by affecting itself by itself in time. To say that this affection must take place passively rather than actively is to say that even in the case of the self time must unfold. As Deleuze puts it in Kant's critical philosophy. Kant explains that the ego itself is in time, and thus constantly changing. It is a passive, or rather receptive, ego, which experience changes in time. But, on the other hand, the I is an act which constantly carries out a synthesis of time, and of that which happens in time, by dividing up the present, the past, and the future at every instant. The I and the ego are thus separated by the line of time which relates them to each other, but under the condition of a fundamental difference. So that my existence can never be determined as that of an active and spontaneous being. I cannot therefore constitute myself as a unique and active subject, but as a passive ego which represents to itself only the activity of its own thought, that is to say, the one, as an other which affects it. I am separated from myself by the form of time, and nevertheless I am one, because the I necessarily affects this form by carrying out its synthesis and because the ego is necessarily affected as content in this form. The form of the determinable means that the determined ego represents determination as an other. Kep 8-9. Returning to Maimon's attempt to rethink the active-passive opposition, this point is important in that it undermines the notion of an active thinking subject opposed to a passive receptive subject. In this way, it becomes possible to think a productive intuition without having recourse to concepts in that the sensibility of the subject is itself the result of a differential synthesis. It is precisely here that we find the coherence of the self called into question. For insofar as the self must unfold itself in time, we can no longer treat the identity of the self as a given, but must instead treat it as produced. Insofar as the future functions as the yet to come, insofar as it cannot be anticipated, and insofar as this holds for the subject as well as the object, the coherence of the subject is abolished. Eternal return, in its esoteric truth, concerns and can concern only the third time of the series. Only there is it determined. That is why it is properly called a belief of the future, a belief in the future. Eternal return affects only the new, what is produced under the condition of default and by the intermediary of metamorphosis. However, it causes neither the condition nor the agent to return, on the contrary, it repudiates these and expels them with all its centrifugal force. It constitutes the autonomy of the product, the independence of the work. It is repetition by excess which leaves intact nothing of the default or the becoming equal. It is itself the new, complete novelty. It is by itself the third time in the series, the future as such. Dr. 90. If the product is autonomous with respect to the condition and the agent, then this is because the product must itself unfold, because it cannot be anticipated. Since the future as ordinal cannot be reduced to the present, that which is produced in the approach of the future presents itself as absolutely new. Here the condition is the past, the agent is the present, while the future is the product abolishing both condition and agent. This abolition of condition and agent occurs by virtue of the agent having to passively experience itself in its effects, as an other, as dissentated from itself. The same produced in this repetition is not the repetition of an identity, but rather the perpetual return of this dissentating of the self, of this experience of oneself as other. When the future becomes a constitutive dimension, when it becomes that which is always arriving without ever arriving, the subject becomes irreducibly split and must experience itself as an other. This future is not the projection of a project characterized in one's finitude, but is the open-ended futurity of that which evades and abolishes all anticipation. The situation here is precisely analogous to that of the proposition's truth value that simultaneously generates its own possibility and impossibility. Event and act come to exclude the coherence of the subject. Beyond the subject, Deleuze's hypercritical turn. What, then, is the significance of the fissured subject with respect to the Kantian project? How does it call into question the primacy of mind involved in Kant's Copernican revolution? On the one hand, we can critique Kant at the outset for tracing the transcendental from the empirical in his assumption of the transcendental unity of apperception. This constitutes a sort of tracing the transcendental from the empirical insofar as we begin with the supposed unity of the subject given in empirical experience and account for it on the basis of a formal possibility. The condition here remains completely external to the conditioned, and contains no content of its own. By contrast, Deleuze is able to provide a genetic account of the subject through his three syntheses of time. However, this criticism remains unsatisfying insofar as it still seems to restrict ontology to the subject, returning us to the whole discourse of mediation and lack. By contrast, lurking in Deleuze's discussion of the Kantian split subject and the eternal return is a hyper-transcendental turn which takes us beyond the primacy of the subject and establishes a critical discourse freed of empiricist assumptions. In order to see how this is the case, we must determine how Deleuze transforms the concepts of conditions and limits. As Heidegger demonstrates in Kant and the problem of metaphysical ICS, The mark of the Kantian project consists in a shift to a discourse of finitude. It is in this respect that the notions of conditions and limits become all important. On the one hand, it is necessary to characterize the conditions characterizing the subject's finite experience in the world. On the other hand, we must determine where these conditions leave off, where we depart from the finitude of our experience and enter a domain where manifestness can no longer take place, where experience can no longer be confirmed. Here it is the passivity of the receptivity that establishes the finitude of the subject. It is because I cannot produce my own sensations that I must be finite. The limits of experience are found in the illegitimate use of concepts independent of intuitions. Deleuze accepts the necessity of characterizing experience in terms of both conditions and limits, but rejects the discourse of finitude belonging to this discourse. This does not mean that Deleuze holds that we have an unmediated experience of the infinite and unconditioned, but that he rejects the manner in which finitude is inevitably traced back to a subject. Rather, the notion of a limit comes to inherently characterize time and the differential itself. In short, Deleuze is under the burden of demonstrating that something like a productive intuition is possible without falling into the absurdity of claiming that we are able to create whatever we will. What is it about time that functions as a limit? We have already seen how time calls into question the truth value of the proposition along with the coherence of the subject by virtue of the eternal return of the different. This property is not to be restricted simply to propositions of consciousness and the subject, but rather to time as a totality itself. Deleuze refers to this conception of time as the whole. As he explains, not only is the instant an immobile section of movement, but movement is a mobile section of duration, that is, of the whole, or of a whole. Which implies that movement expresses something more profound, which is the change in duration or in the whole. To say that duration is change is part of its definition. It changes and does not stop changing. For example, matter moves, but does not change. Now movement expresses a change in duration or in the whole. What is a problem is on the one hand this expression, and on the other, this whole duration identification. Miss. As we saw previously, the past functions as the synthesis of the totality of time. Because of this, we are able to identify it with the whole that Deleuze speaks of here. By contrast, we can identify these transformations in the whole with the dimension of the future. Initially, we might be led to think that Deleuze is once again subordinating time to movement, but this is clearly not the case. While it is true that each movement effectuates a change in the whole, it is no less true that each movement is an expression of the whole. By way of example, Deleuze refers to Bergson's discussion of sugar melting in a glass of water. Putting some sugar in a glass of water, he says that I must, willy-nilly, wait until the sugar melts. This is slightly strange since Bergson seems to have forgotten that stirring with a spoon can help it dissolve. But what is his main point? That the movement of translation which detaches the sugar particles and suspends them in the water itself expresses a change in the whole, that is, in the content of the glass, a qualitative transition from water which contains a sugar lump to the state of sugared water. If I stir with the spoon, I speed up the movement, but I also change the whole, which now encompasses the spoon, and the accelerated movement continues to express the change of the whole. Meiji. In other words, the movement is not the stirring of the spoon or the placing of the sugar in the water. No, this is only movement from an empirical perspective. Rather, the movement is the qualitative transformation taking place in the system itself. Deleuze identifies this transformation of the whole with the openness of all systems. Insofar as each movement brings about a transformation of the whole, expresses a transformation of the whole itself must always be open. In other words, we cannot identify the whole with a totality or a closed system. Why does this spiritual duration bear witness, not only for me who waits, but for a whole which changes? According to Bergson, T0 whole is neither given nor giveable, and the error of modern science, like that of ancient science, lay in taking the whole as given, in two different ways. Many philosophers had already said that the whole was neither given nor givable. They simply concluded from this that the whole was a meaningless notion. Bergson's conclusion is very different. If the whole is not givable, it is because it is the open, and because its nature is to change constantly, or to give rise to something new, in short, to endure. e.g., what we find in the notion of the whole which is to be identified with time as a totality is a properly ontological limit. There is indeed some resemblance to Kant here, for in Kant transcendental illusions arise from trying to speak about the totality of being apart from intuition. In other words, for Deleuze, as for Kant, transcendental illusions are illusory precisely because we are subject to the intuitions of space and time which contain this constitutive limit internally and necessarily. However, with Deleuze this limit is no longer to be identified with the finitude of a subject, but rather time and being themselves become equated with one another. Time produces its own limit. The reason for this is that the subject is in time as much as objects are. To be sure, the glimmerings of this insight were already there in Kant. They would be unthinkable without Kant, yet Kant betrays them by assuming both the transcendental unity of apperception and the categories. Both of which, for all intents and purposes, take on all the appearances of being atemporal forms of being. The limits of recognition. The consequences of Deleuze's account of the open whole are profound. In effect, the open whole as the never-given totality of time gives us a priori grounds for critique, the secret skeleton key for Deleuze's animosity toward empiricist accounts, the criticism of the practice of tracing the transcendental from the empirical, as well as the reason why conditioning accounts are to be rejected in favor of genetic AC counts. Once again, we find the critical criteria in Deleuze's discussion of Kant. Everything which moves and changes is in time, but time itself does not change, does not move, any more than it is eternal. It is the form of everything that changes and moves, but it is an immutable form which does not change. It is not an eternal form, but in fact the form of that which is not eternal, the immutable form of change and movement. Time is the immutable form of change. As such, time becomes the critical criterion for determining whether or not a position is speculative or dogmatic. A position will be said to be speculative and dogmatic when it rejects the immutability of change in favor of formal essences, or any form of identity and sameness that is not produced. If approaches which trace the transcendental from the empirical and which limit themselves to conditioning are to be rejected, this is because they inevitably end up essentializing the empirical, rather than discerning the manner in which the whole is perpetually open. The same problem arises with respect to external conceptions of difference insofar as they leave one of the terms unconditioned in hopes of thereby capturing a little bit of eternity. Empiricism always amounts to recognition, to the attempt to essentialize and detemporalize that which is contingent and inevitably passing. We can see just how different this critical criterion is from the Kantian critical criterion. For Kant, one becomes speculative when one goes beyond the intuitional limits of experience through an illegitimate employment of the categories. Despite the fact that these illusions arise. By employing the categories apart from intuition, critical experience is nonetheless shackled to the forms of the categories and the transcendental unity of apperception. As a result, the categories and the transcendental unity of apperception themselves take on the appearance of being eternal and immutable forms, with the only exception being that they must be employed with respect to intuition. Consequently, this notion of critique ends up valorizing the model of recognition. Such a view is dependent upon the inference that experience will present more of the same. By contrast, the Deleuzian ground of critique is not based on an illegitimate employment of the categories, but rather on an illegitimate closure of experience in terms of the model of recognition. If a genetic approach is to be preferred, this is because it allows us to see how experience is generated within time, rather than assuming the form of experience at the outset, and thus its closure, and thereby freeing it from the immutable form of change. The genetic conditions of experience, the three moments of ideas. Deleuze's reworking of the Kantian conception of the split subject and his account of the transcendental structure of time allow us to determine an a priori limit belonging to being, but how do they allow us to determine the conditions under which experience is possible? In other words, what is a condition according to Deleuze? At the outset, we can assume that we can no longer treat the conditions of experience as immutable forms because change itself has become the one law. Nor can we identify these conditions with the transcendental subject because the subject itself is produced as an effect within time. Rather, it now becomes necessary to conceive of a transcendental field, irreducible to either subjects or objects. As we shall see, in order to properly conceive this field it becomes necessary to affirm the necessity of chance. In this connection, Deleuze retains the criterion of necessity belonging to the concept of a transcendental condition, while rejecting the criterion of universality. A transcendental condition is necessary without being universal. How are we to conceive this sort of a condition? According to Deleuze, the whole is to be defined in terms of relation. In other words, it will be relation which is the condition under which experience is possible. If one had to define the whole, it would be defined by relation. Relation is not a property of objects, it is always external to its terms. It is also inseparable from the open, and displays a spiritual or mental existence. Relations do not belong to objects, but to the whole, on the condition that this whole is not confused with a closed set of objects. By movement in space, the objects of a set change their respective positions. But, through relations, the whole is transformed or changes qualitatively. We can say of duration itself or of time, that it is the whole of relations. Milo. It is not difficult to discern the Deleuzian concept of multiplicity or structure in this definition of the whole. If relations are external to their terms, this is not because relations are between terms. Deleuze is not talking here about relations such as being taller than, but because relations preside over the genesis of the terms. Consequently, relations are external to their terms in the sense that movements can take place among the terms which do not themselves effectuate a qualitative transformation of the whole. Such a point can be seen with respect to speech and language, where speech acts do not necessarily affect the linguistic idea itself. As we saw in the last chapter, a multiplicity is just a set of relations and singularities defining a theme, style, or differential essence. We must not confuse Deleuze's claim that relations are external to their terms with the claim that relations are external to singularities. A term is not a singularity, but rather an actualized object. As we shall see, if relations are external to their terms, this is because relations and the singularities they emit are a necessary condition for the possibility of the actualization of an object and thus cannot themselves be dependent upon the object. For instance, a speech act is dependent upon the linguistic relations and phonemic singularities it actualizes in its enunciation. In contrast to the spatial relations we find in empirical experience, the relations belonging to the whole are differential relations. Unlike spatial relations which are premised on negation and contradiction, differential relations are not born of oppositions, but rather constitute a properly internal difference. Just as we oppose difference in itself to negativity, so we oppose dx to not a, the symbol of difference to that of contradiction, Dr. 170. Where relations of contradiction and opposition are defined by oppositions between terms, differential relations only have value by virtue of a reciprocal synthesis or determination. The symbol dx appears as simultaneously undetermined, determinable, and determination. Three principles which together form a sufficient reason correspond to these three aspects. A principle of determinability corresponds to the undetermined as such, dx, dy. A principle of reciprocal determination corresponds to the really determinable, dx/dy, a. Principle of complete determination corresponds to the effectively determined values, dy/dx. In short, dx is the idea, the Platonic, Leibnizian, or Kantian idea, the problem and its being. Dr. 171. Initially, we might be inclined to relate this concept of the differential to the Hegelian account of difference given in the science of logic. Their difference is defined in terms of what something is not, or by a contradiction between difference and identity. The differential identity of a thing thus consists in its relation to all things which it is not. Such a reading certainly seems suggested by the fact that in the first moment of sufficient reason Deleuzian differentials are completely undetermined, while they become determinable when related to one another. However, what must be kept in mind is that, 1. The moment of the undetermined does not consist of terms which are yet to be determined, as in the case of Hegel's discussion of diversity, and, 2. The relation the two relations enter into is not one of contradiction or opposition, but of synthesis. Dx is strictly nothing in relation to x, as dy is in relation to y, dr 171. If the relations are strictly nothing taken apart from one another, then it strictly follows that there is nothing there through which a contradiction could take place. It will be recognized that the tripartite relationship between the undetermined, the determinable, and the complete determination is also a feature that follows necessarily from the transcendental structure of time. As such, we are to think sufficient reason dynamically as an unfolding movement rather than as the description of a static thing subsumed under a form. If ideas must necessarily begin as being undetermined, this is because time itself is open, because it never affects closure, because experience undergoes mutations. As Deleuze puts it with respect to the Kantian conception of problems, ideas have legitimate uses only in relations to concepts of the understanding, but conversely, the concepts of the understanding find the ground of their maximum, full experimental use only in the degree to which they are related to problematic ideas, either by being arranged upon lines which converge upon an ideal focus which lies outside the bounds of experience, or by being conceived on the basis of a common horizon which embraces them all. Such focal points or horizons are ideas, in other words, problems as such whose nature is at once both immanent and transcendent. Dr 168-69. Deleuze will accept this characterization of ideas, while rejecting Kant's treatment of ideas in terms of the concepts of the understanding. Ideas serve as focal points, as unifying horizons of experience which are immanent by virtue of pulling elements of experience together, while they are transcendent insofar as they are unsolvable problems. In contrast to Kant, Deleuze, following Malman, will attempt to show how ideas are generated within the sensibility itself, and in fact function as the genetic condition of sensibility. Deleuze thus offers a new aesthetic and critique of the given. Rather than treating sensibility in terms of irreducible atomic sensations or what can be sensed, Deleuze instead attempts to account for the very production of sensibility in the sense that a biologist might conceive an evolution of aesthetics in the animal world. For the moment, what is important is the relationship between ideas, the cogito, and time. If ideas have an essential relationship to time, it is by virtue of the openness they maintain. Ideas, therefore, present three moments, undetermined with regard to their object, determinable with regard to objects of experience, and bearing the ideal of an infinite determination with regard to concepts of the understanding. It is apparent that ideas here repeat the three aspects of the cogito, the I am as an indeterminate existence, time as the form under which this existence is determinable, and the I think, as a determination. Ideas are exactly the thoughts of the cogito, the differentials of thought. Moreover, in so far as the cogito refers to a fractured I, an I split from end to end by the form of time which runs through it, it must be said that ideas swarm in the fracture, constantly emerging on its edges, ceaselessly coming out and going back, being composed in 1,000 different manners. Dr. 169. Within the structure of the idea we also find the structural progression between past, present, and future as the idea progressively takes on increasing determination. The past becomes the moment of the undetermined insofar as it is not yet actualized, recalling that the transcendental past is a past that has never been present. The present functions as the moment of determinability insofar as differentials are brought together, while the future represents the ideal of complete determination. While it is indeed true that these are ideas of the cogito, it cannot be said that ideas are actively formed by the cogito. Rather, cogito is the name of that which lives its ideas as affects. As Deleuze will say later, the cogito incorporates all the power of a differential unconscious, an unconscious of pure thought which internalizes the difference between the determinable self and the determining I, and injects into thought as such something unthought, without which its operation would always remain impossible and empty. Dr. 174. In a profound reversal, ideas no longer belong to consciousness, but rather consciousness is produced in and through unconscious differential ideas. Time itself becomes the subject. Ideas do not belong to the subject, rather, the subject belongs to its ideas. In contrast to Kantian ideas which provide us with a structure of genus and species for organizing the concepts of experience, Deleuzian ideas provide an ideal continuity belonging to sensibility. This continuity is the unfolding movement of the differential as it traces its variations. Hence, the idea of fire subs s fire in the form of a single continuous mass capable of increase. The idea of silver subs s its object in the form of a liquid continuity of fine metal. However, while it is true that continuousness must be related to ideas and to their problematic use, this is on condition that it be no longer defined by characteristics borrowed from sensible or even geometric intuition, as it still is when one speaks of the interpolation of intermediaries, of infinite intercalary series or parts which are never the smallest possible. Continuousness truly belongs to the realm of ideas only to the extent that an ideal cause of continuity is determined. Taken together with its cause, continuity forms the pure element of quantitability, which must be distinguished both from the fixed quantities of intuition quantum and from variable quantities in the form of concepts of the understanding quantitas. Dr. 171. Deleuze's prohibitions against thinking continuousness in terms of geometric and sensible intuition must be taken very seriously here. In this connection, Deleuze conceives ideas topologically as sets of variations or deformations in which one form can pass into another while maintaining a structural identity, rather than as fixed forms to which individuals more or less correspond. If continuousness cannot be identified with form, geometrical intuition, or fixed qualities, this is because ideas are the condition under which form and quality are themselves possible. In short, the difference between form and content is a difference in degree rather than kind. To identify continuousness with form or quality would be to trace the transcendental from the empirical or to assume the model of recognition. By contrast, what ideas define is an ideal topological or differential essence characterizing a field of variations or permutations. In other words, there is no idea of redness or squareness, but rather redness and squareness are permutations belonging to an idea. Deleuze follows Maimon's example in referring to the property of the shortest. Shortest may be understood in two ways, from the point of view of conditioning, as a schema of the imagination which determines space in AC coordinates with the concept, the straight line defined as that which in all parts may be superimposed upon itself. In this case the difference remains external, incarnated in a rule of construction which is established between the concept and intuition. Alternatively, from the genetic point of view, the shortest may be understood as an idea which overcomes the duality of concept and intuition, interiorizes the difference between straight and curved, and expresses this internal difference in the form of a reciprocal determination and in the minimal conditions of an integral. The shortest is not a schema but an idea, or it is an ideal schema and no longer the schema of a concept. In this sense, the shortest distance was not a Euclidean notion at all, but an Archimedean one, more physical than mathematical, that it was inseparable from a method of exhaustion, and that it served less to determine the straight line than to determine the length of a curve by means of the straight line. Dr. 174. If the shortest is not a quality, this is because it is not a self-identical property defined by an external relation between a concept and an intuition. For the same reason, it cannot be said to be a quantity. Rather, the shortest defines a series of variations between curved lines and straight lines arrived at in terms of exhaustion, literally in terms of becoming exhausted or the degree of exhaustion with respect to movement contrasted between the straight and the curved. The straight is the idea of a continuous approach to the limit of the curved, producing a difference in intuition. It will thus be seen that the idea of the shortest contains three variables or singularities: the straight, the curved, and the process of exhaustion. These singularities can themselves be ideas when treated on their own. Chance and necessity, the eternal return. We have seen how ideas share a relationship to time through the tripartite relation between the undetermined, the determinable, and the ideal of complete determination. Moreover, we can see how ideas remain critical in the Deleuzian sense insofar as, 1. They are unconscious and thus not reducible to the primacy of the conscious and self-identical subject characterized by recognition, and insofar as, 2. They only bear the ideal of complete determination. Such a determination is never given once and for all in empirical experience, but is the perpetually vanishing mediator which never comes to fruition and which, for that very reason, perpetually drives us on and serves to produce intuition or sensibility. In fact, these two critical requirements are only arrived at by way of a third, which is a property of time as such. We encounter here one of the most disturbing and troubling aspects of Deleuze's ontology, the doctrine of chance and necessity. It is natural to ask, with respect to the ideas, where they come from. To be sure, this question can easily be answered by pointing out that ideas are the result of syntheses. However, we are still entitled to ask where the matter of these syntheses comes from. Now, from the point of view of philosophies of reflection, this question need not arise at all. On the one hand, there is the transcendental structure of mind which is simply treated as the a priori set of conditions governing experience for beings such as ourselves. On the other hand, there is the a posteriori given which is arrived at through experience. With Deleuze matters are different. Where before we relied on the transcendental structure of time, we now find that we can no longer assume such a structure, but must instead account for the conditions under which various temporal fields are generated. Similarly, we can no longer refer to the primacy of the given in experience insofar as experience is composed of qualities which are not themselves the ground of experience, but which are produced through the ideas. We thus arrive at a strange effect of experience producing the structure of experience. The ground becomes groundless. It is precisely this affirmation of groundlessness that constitutes Deleuze's transformation of the Kantian critical project. In light of Deleuze's reworking of the Kantian account of time with respect to the subject, it now becomes necessary to rethink the notion of a condition in terms of chance and necessity. For Kant, necessity and universality are the criteria of the a priori. The a priori is defined as being independent of experience, precisely because experience never gives us anything which is universal and necessary. The words all, always, necessarily or even tomorrow do not refer to something in experience, they do not derive from experience even if they are applicable to it. Now when we know, we employ these words, we say more than is given to us, we go beyond what is given in experience. KCPLL. In light of Deleuze's reworking of the Kantian conception of time and the subject, it is clear that the criterion of universality can no longer be adequate insofar as we are unable to rely on the immanence of the subject to itself in the active conditioning of experience. In other words, while differential fields will be characterized by a necessity and rigor proper to their idea, we cannot count on a shared or interpersonal transcendental subject in which these differential fields will be universally present. The immutable form of time has riddled experience with chance. However, it is also clear that we are no less in need of a concept of necessity insofar as we find ourselves produced by the differential ideas oft unconscious. In other words, the ideas function as a necessary condition under which this particular form of life is possible, in such a way that it can no longer be universalized for all creatures at all times and places. The problem then is as follows: how do we reconcile the chance belonging to time with the necessity belonging to the ideas? In order to solve this problem, Deleuze draws upon Nietzsche's concepts of the eternal return and the dice throw. Adopting Nietzsche's metaphor of a throw of the dice, Deleuze claims that the dice which are thrown once are the affirmation of chance, the combination which they form on falling is the affirmation of necessity. Necessity is affirmed of chance in exactly the sense that being is affirmed of becoming and unity is affirmed of multiplicity. It will be replied, in vain, that thrown to chance, the dice do not necessarily produce the winning combination, the double six which brings back the dice throw. This is true, but only insofar as the player did not know how to affirm chance from the outset. For, just as unity does not suppress or deny multiplicity, necessity does not suppress or abolish chance. What Nietzsche calls necessity, destiny, is thus never the abolition but rather the combination of chance itself. Necessity is affirmed of chance in as much as chance itself is affirmed. For there is only a single combination of chance as such, a single way of combining all the parts of chance, a way which is like the unity of multiplicity, that is to say number or necessity. NP 26. We can immediately see how the Nietzschean dice throw accords with Deleuze's reworking of the Kantian conception of time. If chance is necessity, then this is because the ideas are the sufficient reason behind experience. Insofar as the ideas are the sufficient reason of experience, there can be no reason beyond them. They are the reason of experience. They are the groundless grounds of experience, which are themselves the result of a throw of the dice or chance. If it is difficult to comprehend this point of view, it is because we either shackle chance to a desired outcome or rely on a number of different throws of the dice to achieve the desired outcome. The bad player counts on several throws of the dice, on a great number of throws. In this way he makes use of causality and probability to produce a combination he sees as desirable. He posits this combination itself as an end to be obtained, hidden behind causality, NP 26-27. This is not a moral shortcoming, but a logico-empiricist fallacy. If the player who counts on a number of throws of the dice constitutes a bad player, this is not because he lacks the proper taste, but because the necessity of chance is already the condition under which he can have the desire for a particular outcome. In short, the bad player suffers from bad faith in that he effaces the manner in which his own decision is based on chance or a contingent choice. It is only insofar as the player already incarnates an idea that he can desire a particular outcome. To count on a number of different throws would thus plunge us into a circularity. If the throw of the dice constitutes a necessity out of chance, this is because the outcome is the one that came to be. The throw of the dice is thus a stoic affirmation of one's thrownness, similar to Heidegger's resolute embrace of thrownness. How then is the throw of the dice related to the ideas? In the first place, the eternal return or the throw of the dice functions as a principle of synthesis. We misinterpret the expression eternal return if we understand it as return of the same. It is not being that returns but rather the returning itself that constitutes being insofar as it is affirmed of becoming and of that which passes. It is not some one thing which returns but rather returning itself as the one thing which is affirmed of diversity or multiplicity. In other words, identity in the eternal return does not describe the nature of that which returns but, on the contrary, the fact of returning for that which differs. This is why the eternal return must be thought of as a synthesis of time and its dimensions, a synthesis of diversity and its reproduction, a synthesis of becoming and the being which is affirmed of becoming, a synthesis of double affirmation. NP 48. Already we recognize Deleuze's reworking of the Kantian conception of time within this account of the eternal return. If the eternal return is not the return of the same, this is because it is itself the immutable form of change, the perpetual openness of time. However, more importantly, within the eternal return we can discern the structure of the idea insofar as it is a principle of synthesis. Namely, what we find here is the relationship between the undetermined, the determinable, and the ideal of complete determination as a synthesis of that which differs. As Deleuze often claims, not only do ideas differ from each other, but they differ in themselves. We can render this relationship between idea and the eternal return in terms of the dice throw itself. According to Deleuze, problems or ideas emanate from imperatives of adventure or from events which appear in the form of questions. This is why problems are inseparable from a power of decision, a fiat which, when they are infused by it, makes us semi-divine beings. It is grounded in the nature of the problems to be resolved, since it is always in relation to an ideal field added by the mathematician that an equation turns out to be reducible or not. The infinite power to add an arbitrary quantity, it is no longer a question of a game after the manner of Leibniz, where the moral imperative of predetermined rules combines with the condition of a given space which must be filled ex hypothesi. It is rather a question of a throw of the dice, of the whole sky as open space and of throwing as the only rule. The singular points are on the die, the questions are the dice themselves, the imperative is to throw. Ideas are the problematic combinations which result from throws. Dr. 197-98. The question belongs to the undetermined past. It is an imperative of the past with respect to the present, thus mirroring the manner in which the past coexists with the present. The present is the time in which the dice land, revealing the configuration of the differential relations and the singularities that result from them. Finally, the solutions correspond to the future generated on the basis of the problem as an ideal of complete determination. Moreover, each one of these moments differs from the others while nonetheless standing in a synthetic relation to them. The conditions of experience are no longer imposed by a subject in a relation of mere conditioning, but rather the subject itself is implicated in these conditions as one of their solutions and is the result of a genesis. Chance becomes necessity both in the sense that there necessarily is chance and in the sense that chance generates necessity in the form of questions and problems which demand answers. Beyond individuation and chaos, the singular. In light of the foregoing, we can now see how Deleuze evades the false alternative between a supremely individuated being in the form of the person or self and an undifferentiated groundlessness offered by metaphysics and transcendental philosophies of reflection. It will be recalled that philosophies of reflection and metaphysics are both led into this alternative insofar as they hypostatize the model of recognition and adopt a purely external concept of difference. Insofar as an undifferentiated and groundless conception of being is in principle unjustifiable, we are led to the alternative of either a being which is completely individuated through the agency of some sort of God, Plato, Aristotle, or a self which is completely individuated and imposes this individuation upon the matter of experience. The problem is that both alternatives lack the grip of necessity. They both end up valorizing and hypostatizing the contingent. Everything changes when time becomes the groundless ground and we shift from a supremely individuated being to an individuating being in time, which becomes the transcendental condition under which experience is possible. As Deleuze puts it with respect to Nietzsche, Nietzsche's discovery lies elsewhere when, having liberated himself from Schopenhauer and Wagner, he explored a world of impersonal and pre-individual singularities, a world he then called Dionysian or of the will to power, a free and unbound energy. These are nomadic singularities which are no longer imprisoned within the fixed individuality of the infinite being, the notorious immutability of God, nor inside the sedentary boundaries of the finite subject, the notorious limits of knowledge. This is something neither individual nor personal, but rather singular. Being not an undifferentiated abyss, it leaps from one singularity to another, casting always the dice belonging to the same cast, always fragmented and formed again in each throw. It is a Dionysian sense-producing machine, in which nonsense and sense are no longer found in simple opposition, but are rather co-present to one another within a new discourse. The new discourse is no longer that of the form, but neither is it that of the formless, it is rather that of the pure unformed. LS 107. It is true that a discourse based on the formless would find itself at a loss to even begin. Where formless chaos reigns supreme, we are powerless to explain how a single form or individual can ever be constituted insofar as any hint of order and organization is immediately carried away by the ever-moving flux of chaos the moment it suggests itself. But in fact, quid facti, there are forms and organizations giving order to experience, which means that we must be able to account for the conditions under which such order is possible by right, quid juris. Deleuze, following Bergson, instead argues that the question of how something can come from nothing or how order can emerge from chaos is a specious problem. In the idea of non-being there is in fact the idea of being, plus the logical operation of generalized negation, plus the particular psychological motive for that operation, such as when a being does not correspond to our expectation and we grasp it purely as the lack, the absence of what interests us. In the idea of disorder there is already the idea of order, plus its negation, plus the motive for that negation, when we encounter an order that is not the one we expected. B17. It is precisely this reasoning which leads us into the alternative between a purely undifferentiated groundlessness and a supremely individuated being. But in the case of both metaphysics and philosophies of reflection, the alternative between chaos and order, individuated being, and undifferentiated flux, is premised on the expectation of a subject, encountering an order it did not expect, and thus the synthesis of habitus. The unformed is not the formless but the formable or determinable. No longer tied to a metaphysics of forms or the individuating factors of a transcendental subject, we now encounter the nomadic singularities resulting from a throw of the dice within the empty form of time. If these nomadic singularities are unformed without being formless, it is because they are durational tendency subjects constituting a novel creation in the course of their unfolding. If this unfolding, which is both unformed and formable, is a novel creation, it is because the duration of duration maintains itself in a perpetual synthesis with the past as such, with memory as such, which ensures that each event is the expression of the entirety of the past, thus establishing that it must always be a repetition of the different rather than the same. Rather than unconditioned conditions after the manner of Kant, we instead encounter a domain independent of both subjects and objects, but nonetheless immanent to them, which is populated by ideal events as tendency subjects presiding over the genesis of subjects and objects. Problems are of the order of events not only because cases of solution emerge like real events, but because the conditions of a problem themselves imply events such as sections, ablations, adjunctions. In a sense, it is correct to represent a double series of events which develop on two planes echoing without resembling each other, real events on the level of the engendered solutions, and ideal events embedded in the conditions of the problem, like the acts or, rather, the dreams of the gods who double our history. The ideal series enjoys the double property of transcendence and immanence in relation to the real. Dr. 188-89. It will be observed that Deleuze is perfectly consistent here. If it is necessary that problems or ideas, as the genetic conditions of experience, be conceived as events rather than as formal conditions, then this is because the subject itself is within a time that is both whole and perpetually open, such that we can no longer rely on the old formal essences or unconditioned conditions in order to maintain the perpetuation of the same in experience. The necessity of treating conditions as genetic fields rather than unconditioned formal conditions follows immediately from the primacy of an open form of time which has been unwound and must now unfold. The transcendental field and Deleuze's speculative turn. In close connection to this thesis, we must ask what entitles Deleuze to grant the singularities populating the field of the unformed as tendency subjects a status which is neither individual nor personal. It is clear that an argument by definition will be unacceptable in the context of this question. No matter how alluring, exciting, and seductive Deleuze's concept of singularity might prove to be, it should only be accepted on the condition that he can demonstrate why such a process of being is critically necessary. It is precisely with respect to the notion of a transcendental field that the question of singularity arises. We seek to determine an impersonal and pre-individual transcendental field, which does not resemble the corresponding empirical fields, and which nevertheless is not confused with an undifferentiated depth. This field cannot be determined as that of a consciousness. A consciousness is nothing without a synthesis of unification, but there is no synthesis of unification of consciousness without the form of the I, or the point of view of the self. What is neither individual nor personal are, on the contrary, emissions of singularities insofar as they occur on an unconscious surface and possess a mobile, immanent principle of auto-unification through a nomadic distribution, radically distinct from fixed and sedentary distributions as conditions of the syntheses of consciousness. Singularities are the true transcendental events, and Ferlinghetti calls them the fourth-person singular. Far from being individual or personal, singularities preside over the genesis of individuals and persons. They are distributed in a potential which admits neither self nor I, but which produces them by actualizing or realizing itself, although the figures of this actualization do not at all resemble the realized potential. LS 102-3. Nonetheless, we are individuals, persons, and selves. Given that we are individuals, persons, and selves, we are entitled to ask what warrants the assertion of such beings. For if we are consciousnesses, then we seem irredeemably determined by a synthesis of unification, which all too closely resembles a principle of auto-unification, which would seem to forever render such a transcendental field infinitely distant from us and even noumenal and therefore unreachable. Our perplexity only increases when Deleuze articulates the properties of these events or singularities in terms of Kant's table of categories. In relation to propositional modes in general, the neutrality of sense appears from several different perspectives. From the point of view of quantity, sense is neither particular nor general, neither universal nor personal. From the point of view of quality, it is entirely independent of both affirmation and negation. From the point of view of modality, it is neither assertoric, nor apodeictic, nor even interrogative, the mode of subjective uncertainty or objective possibility. From the point of view of relation, it is not confused within the proposition which expresses it, either with denotation, or with manifestation, or with signification. Finally, from the point of view of the type, it is not confused with any of the intuitions, or any of the positions of consciousness that we could empirically determine thanks to the play of the preceding propositional traits, intuitions or positions of empirical perception, imagination, memory, understanding, volition, etc. LSIOL. Once again, insofar as we are consciousnesses, these dimensions of the proposition would seem to be the only ones open to us. As a result, the postulation of another domain, such as that of sense or singularity, of a transcendental field would seem to be entirely speculative and thus dogmatic. In other words, there seems to be no way in which Deleuze can demonstrate that he is entitled to claim the being of singularity. Before proceeding to answer these questions, it is first necessary to clarify what Deleuze understands by a transcendental field. In his final essay, Deleuze asks, "What is a transcendental field?" It is distinct from experience in that it neither refers to an object nor belongs to a subject, empirical representation. It therefore appears as a pure asubjective current of consciousness. An impersonal, pre-reflexive consciousness, a qualitative duration of consciousness without self. This is clearly not the element of sensation, simple empiricism, since sensation is only a break in the current of absolute consciousness. It is rather, however close together two sensations might be, the passage from one to the other as becoming, as increase or reduction of power, virtual quantity. IL3. From this passage we can identify three distinguishing features characterizing a transcendental field. First, a transcendental field is to be identified with duration as such. It is for this reason that Deleuze is quick to claim that the transcendental field is independent of subjects and objects. As we saw in the second chapter, duration is not the time of a moving object, but rather the flow of qualitative change. By contrast, subjects and objects are habitudes, syntheses of brute repetition which cover over qualitative difference and tend to equalize it. For this reason, second, a transcendental field is not to be identified with qualities themselves, but rather with the passage from one sensation to another defining a becoming. Where the concept of quality implies that of identity, that of singularity, for Deleuze, implies a heterogeneous duration. Where duration is concerned, it is not the qualities that count, for there are no qualities that persist, but rather the transformations that the qualities undergo. We can thus provisionally say that these thresholds, note the resemblance to the limits encountered by the three faculties, are precisely what Deleuze means by singularities. This adequation appears in a number of places throughout Deleuze's thought. First and foremost it appears in his account of events given in the logic of sense, where we must think verbs in their infinitive form so as to capture the manner in which they are always already just about to happen and have already happened. We can also see how such a notion of singularity works with respect to the Deleuzean account of the shortest, where the singularity is defined in terms of the threshold between the straight and the curved. Finally, third, we can identify the transcendental field with the domain of qualitative alteration insofar as these thresholds define a perpetual alteration belonging to duration. Does Deleuze then identify the transcendental field with consciousness? Here we find yet another point at which Deleuze diverges from Bergson. It is true that consciousness is the condition under which we are able to encounter something like the transcendental field, but the transcendental field is not itself identical to consciousness. The relation of the transcendental field to consciousness is only de jure. Consciousness becomes a fact only if a subject is produced at the same time as its object, all three of them being outside the field and appearing as transcendentals. It expresses itself as fact only by reflecting itself onto a subject which refers it to objects. This is why the transcendental field cannot be defined by its consciousness, which is nonetheless coextensive with it, but withdraws from all revelation. IL3. In other words, there is a sense in which we can only infer that there is a transcendental field such that we can only infer duration without actually experiencing it. No one occupies the transcendental field, nor can anyone occupy it. Rather, we only ever encounter the effects of the transcendental field. It is simultaneously immanent and transcendent. It is precisely at this point that Deleuze comes closest to falling into a speculative or dogmatic metaphysics. Nor does this peril go unrecognized by him. It is incomprehensible only from the point of view of a common sense or that of an exercise traced from the empirical that, for example, thought should find within itself something which it cannot think, something which is both unthinkable and that which must be thought. According to an objection often made against Maimon, ideas, understood as the differentials of thought, themselves introduce a minimum of given which cannot be thought. They restore the duality of infinite and finite understanding, which function respectively as the conditions of existence and the conditions of knowledge, and which the entire Kantian critique nonetheless proposed to eliminate. This objection, however, applies only to the extent that the faculty of ideas according to Maimon is the understanding, just as it was reason according to Kant, that is, in either case, a faculty which constitutes a common sense and cannot tolerate the presence within itself of a kernel on which the empirical exercise of the conjoint faculties would break. It is only under these conditions that the unthought in thought, the unconscious of a pure thought, must be realized in an infinite understanding which serves as the ideal of knowledge, and that the differentials are condemned to the status of mere fictions unless they acquire the status of a fully actual reality in that finite understanding. Once again, however, the alternative is false. We might as well say that the specificity of the problematic and the presence of the unconscious in finite thought remains misunderstood. This is no longer so when ideas are related to the transcendent exercise of a particular faculty liberated from any common sense. Dr. 192-93. By referring to a domain which is no longer the domain of experience, Deleuze seems to claim knowledge of that which cannot be known. This is what Deleuze means to indicate by evoking the criticism of Maimon with respect to Kant's alternative between infinite and finite knowledge. If man is forever bound by the limits of finite intuition, then he has no right to appeal to the differentials underlying the given as grounds for a knowledge of being insofar as such knowledge, in principle, requires an infinite intuition. However, everything changes once the subject itself is seen to be within time. It is for this reason that Deleuze claims that the alternative between infinite and finite intuition is a false alternative. We have no word for this third alternative which Deleuze offers here. Where the subject is within time rather than time in the subject, we can no longer decide between infinitude and finitude. The difference between the two is a difference in degree rather than kind. The whole is given, but is given as open and unfolding. Moreover, where the subject finds itself within time, it can no longer encounter itself as bound by its own immanence, as limited to its own immanence. Where the subject is itself split by the form of time, it becomes necessarily opaque to itself. The paradox of this line of argument consists in a critical reversal whereby a position is found to be critical insofar as it is able to introduce a minimum of the given into thought in the form of the unthought, rather than rejecting any such given. Such an approach is said to be critical insofar as it bases itself on the ability of a faculty to be taken to its limit, to encounter its limit such that it belongs to it alone, rather than shackling the faculties to one another under the form of recognition. If consciousness necessarily belongs to the transcendental field but is not itself identical to it, how, then, are we to think the transcendental field? What is proper to the transcendental field? According to Deleuze, the transcendent is not the transcendental. Without consciousness, the transcendental field would be defined as a pure plane of immanence, since it escapes every transcendence of the subject as well as of the object. Absolute immanence is in itself. It is not in something, not to something, it does not depend on an object and does not belong to a subject. In Spinoza, immanence is not immanence to substance, but substance and modes are in immanence. When the subject and the object, being outside the plane of immanence, are taken as universal subject or object in general to which immanence itself is attributed, then the transcendental is completely denatured and merely reduplicates the empirical, as in Kant, while immanence is deformed and ends up being contained in the transcendent. Immanence does not relate to a something that is a unity superior to everything, nor to a subject that is an act operating the synthesis of things. It is when immanence is no longer immanence to anything other than itself that we can talk of a plane of immanence. IL 3-5. The transcendental field is thus immanence. It is not immanence to you, nor is it immanence to me, but rather to all of the qualitative flows of duration or alteration which occupy it or are within it. If Deleuze is entitled to this claim, then it is because time itself is a whole, because time gives itself as a whole both in the eternal return and in memory. As such, Deleuze is entitled to claim that time is immanent to itself. If there is a critical point to be discerned in all of this, it is tragic rather than triumphant. Deleuzians often speak as if we, who are subjects, somehow come to occupy the transcendental field or plane of immanence or stand to it in a relation of immediacy. This amounts to the claim that we know the plane of immanence. It is in light of this claim that Deleuzians often seem so naive, speculative, and dogmatic. Here one speaks as if one were not split, as if one exists in a relation of immediacy with oneself. However, we are subjects, and as subjects we are split. To claim that we occupy the transcendental field, that we know it, would be tantamount to claiming that immanence is immanence to us. It is true that we are within time, that we are split by time, and that we are thus in immanence. But it is no less true that we are transcendent to immanence. The critical point that Deleuze invites us to recognize is not that forms of transcendence are mistaken because immanence is immanent to us, but rather that views based on transcendence are mistaken because they fail to take into account this constitutive split in our subjectivity which perpetually renders experience open. To claim that we somehow occupy immanence, that we stand in an immediate relationship with it, is no less dogmatic than positions based on transcendence. In light of the foregoing discussion of the transcendental field, we can now return to the status of singularity in Deleuze's thought. What is it that entitles Deleuze to the notion of singularity when, in fact, we are subjects defined by all of the characteristics of representation which he seeks to avoid? As Deleuze puts it, it is not being that is equivocal, but we who are equivocal, Dr. 39. As we saw in the first chapter, Deleuze presents an argument which already takes us part of the way toward establishing the being of singularity. The problem with approaches that begin with the structure of the proposition, whether linguistically or as propositions of consciousness, is that they inevitably end up tracing the transcendental from the empirical, and thus involve themselves in a circularity. The ground comes to be grounded upon that which was supposed to be grounded. But it is clear that this is not sufficient to establish the domain of a transcendental field insofar as it only demonstrates either, 1. That a mistake has been made somewhere in our transcendental thinking and is thus in need of correction, or, 2. That transcendental projects are in fact impossible. In either case, we are not entitled to move entirely in the opposite direction, rejecting the claims of consciousness and asserting a domain of being independent of all of that which characterizes conscious experience. Demonstrating the impossibility of approaches based on conditioning would constitute a critical gesture. Positing the domain of a 217 transcendental field on the basis of this demonstration would prove no less dogmatic than that which transcendental thought seeks to critique and a transcendental operation which seeks to trace the transcendental from the model of recognition. At most, this argument seems to establish the impossibility of tracing the transcendental from what is recognized while nonetheless asserting the necessity of recognition. However, while this argument does not establish the necessity of a transcendental field, it does open the door to something like a transcendental field. The second stage of the argument occurs with respect to the empty form of time or the eternal return. Where the subject itself ends up being split or fissured by time, where its coherence is called into question, it becomes possible to posit a field that is no longer in the circle or sphere of the subject, but belongs to the domain of time and events themselves. In other words, where the coherence of the subject is called into question, all the dimensions or categories characterizing the subject are problematized. Individuation and the being of singularity. How is it that time problematizes the dimensions of the subject? More precisely, how is it that the temporality of singularity calls into question the modalities of propositions? A singularity is not a point. So long as we conceive singularity after the fashion of a point, we remain unable to understand the different properties which Deleuze attributes to them. Rather, we must treat singularities as being a sort of thread, flow, distension, or smear. A singularity is a thread or expanse of becoming. Itis a duration. Singularities events correspond to heterogeneous series which are organized into a system which is neither stable nor unstable, but rather metastable, endowed with a potential energy wherein the differences between series are distributed. Potential energy is the energy of the pure event, whereas forms of actualization correspond to the realization of the event, LS 103. Deleuze borrows this idea of metastability from the philosopher Gilbert Simondon. According to Simondon, individuation has resisted thought and description until now because we have recognized the existence of only one form of equilibrium. The idea of metastable equilibrium had not been recognized. A being was implicitly presumed to be in a state of stable equilibrium at all times. Stable equilibrium excludes the idea because it corresponds to the lowest level of potential energy possible. It is the sort of equilibrium that is attained in a system when all possible transformations have been achieved and no other force remains to enact any further changes. With all the potentials actualized, and the system having reached its lowest energy level, it can no longer go through any more transformations. The ancients recognized only the states of instability and stability, movement and rest, but they had no clear and objective idea of metastability. In order to define metastability, it is necessary to introduce the notion of potential energy residing in a given system, the notion of order and that of an increase in entropy. 6. Initially, one is inclined to reject Deleuze-Simondon's discussion of stable equilibrium and potential energy insofar as these concepts seem to be highly empirical and thus beyond the scope of transcendental philosophy. Insofar as concepts like energy require measurement, observation, and calculation, they seem to be beyond the tools open to philosophy. However, it is not difficult to discern in this notion of potential energy or metastability the Bergsonian concept of a tendency or flow of duration. To claim that singularities are metastable or contain a potential energy is to claim that they unfold in time as a qualitative alteration. If we are warranted in claiming that singularities possess a metastability or potential energy, this is because as the transition between sensations they, 1. Unfold a domain of experience that is unique and new, and, 2. Are unanticipatable in their resulting evolution. Moreover, it will be observed that this point is entirely in keeping with the Deleuzean conception of time, both with respect to its openness, the coexistence of the entirety of the past with the present, and the synthesis of the entirety of the past with the present. Simondon claims that it is fair to assume that the process of individuation does not exhaust everything that came before, the pre-individual, and that a metastable regime is not only maintained by the individual, but is actually borne by it, to such an extent that the finally constituted individual carries with it a certain inheritance associated with its pre-individual reality, one animated by all the potentials that characterize it. Individuation, then, is a relative phenomenon, like an alteration in the structure of a physical system. There is a certain level of potential that remains, meaning that further individuations are still possible. The pre-individual nature, which remains associated with the individual, is a source of future metastable states from which new individuations could eventuate. 7. Unlike nominalism and realism, which view either the individual, the entity, or the principle of individuation, the form/essence, as the absolute and final principle of individuation, the principle of metastability. Ity indicates that the individual is merely a relative moment, a passing phase within the process of individuation. To claim that the metastable regime is both maintained and borne by the individual, that it is always possible for new individuations to arise out of the current individuation, is to refer to none other than, 1. The preservation involved in transcendental memory, and, 2. The perpetual openness of time, the immutable form of change. If Deleuze is entitled to claim the being of singularity even from the perspective of actualized and individuated subjects, then this is precisely because we are split and fissured by the form of time. Recalling that the thinking subject is undetermined with respect to the past, insofar as the past has not yet been actualized, determinable with respect to the present, and bears the ideal of complete determination with respect to the future, we can see that the subject experiences this fissure within itself as the perpetual unfolding of itself. As we saw earlier, the consequence of Kant's critique of the Cartesian subject with respect to determinability was that the subject does not stand in a relationship of immediacy between its being and thinking, but must instead undergo the effects of itself thinking itself. These effects are experienced as affections of the self by the self. It is precisely here that we see why Deleuze is warranted in positing the being of singularity from the perspective of the subject. Where the subject itself is fissured by time, where it can only experience its thoughts within time, the subject discovers itself as something undergoing actualization and individuation in time. Here the transcendental unity of apperception is no longer the condition under which experience is possible, but rather formable singularities which produce both subjects and objects become the condition of experience. Thus we encounter the second mark of a critical philosophy. Deleuze's transcendental empiricism is qualified as a critical philosophy first because it was able to posit a precise limit to experience which allows us to distinguish between critical and dogmatic thought. Insofar as time is whole, open, and not dependent upon subjects, any thought founding itself on the form of identity or the same with respect to subjects or essences shows itself to be dogmatic. Second, Deleuze's transcendental empiricism shows itself to be critical insofar as these singularities or flowing tendencies in duration prove to be the conditions under which experience is possible. Not only do they preside over the genesis of subjects and objects, but they are not dependent on either subjects or objects. But how is it that this genesis takes place? How do we make the transition from the pre-individual to the individual? 8. Individuation, the genesis of extensities and the other structure. 3 problems pertaining to the process of actualization. 3 problems remain. First, how does the movement from the virtual to the actual take place? How is it that entities are actualized or individuated? Thus far, All that has been said has pertained to the virtual or time in its transcendental determination alone. If Deleuze is to be successful in his project of reconciling the two senses of the aesthetic and articulating the conditions of real rather than all possible experience, then it is necessary that he be able to give an account of individuation or actualization which goes all the way to the individual. Second, how are we to account for the image of thought or the model of recognition which Deleuze identifies as the site of transcendental illusion? This question is especially pressing and seems to have gone unnoticed within the secondary literature on Deleuze. The mark of a truly critical philosophy consists in being able to anticipate, predict, and account for a set of illusions that are internal to thought itself. To say that these illusions or errors are internal to thought itself is to claim that they are in a way constitutive of thought, that they do not arise from a failed adequation between word and thing, that they are not simply contingent, but are effects of thinking itself. Those interested in overcoming the image of thought and conceiving it as being merely contingent as an institutional imposition forced upon subjects who would otherwise be entirely free if they could just destroy this image, completely fail to recognize this nuance in Deleuze's thinking. Overcoming the image of thought makes this image no less inevitable, it just means that another set of values becomes possible. But if these illusions are inevitable, which they must be insofar as Deleuze refers to what the image of thought claims in principle, rather than this or that empirical instance, then it is necessary that we be able to account for why and how these illusions are produced through thought. Finally, third, it is necessary to account for Deleuze's perpetual claims that the image of thought is moral in character. From one end of his career to another, Deleuze will denounce the image of thought for being conservative and moral. We may call this image of thought a dogmatic, orthodox, or moral image, Dr. 131. When Nietzsche questions the most general presuppositions of philosophy, he says that these are essentially moral, since morality alone is capable of persuading us that thought has a good nature and the thinker a good will, and that only the good can ground the supposed affinity between thought and the true, Dr. 132. Thus far I have purposefully avoided pitching Deleuze's critique of the image of thought in moral terms. In part, this is because Deleuze's arguments in this regard seem particularly weak and prone to degenerate into anti-moralistic reactivity, rather than rigorously accounting for the grounds under which something like an image of thought is possible. In other words, the connotative dimension of the word moral allows Deleuze to present what appears to be a convincing argument without laying all of his premises bare. Those already critical of what is thought to be conservative in morality and those influenced by Nietzsche who have turned the term moral into the very antithesis of affirmation and life, will be all the more inclined to reject the image of thought if they believe that it is moral in character. Consequently, a whole set of relations virtually hang about the term moral that allow Deleuze to advance a position without perhaps supporting it in an honest and rigorous manner. Of course, those who endorse this sort of argumentation will be prone to reject these criticisms anyway, citing that the labor of thought which calls for strong argumentation and conceptual precision is also a form of negativity and reaction against life. In that case, I see no reason to continue discussion and walk away. On the other hand, it has seemed to me that Deleuze is much more able to account for the illusions he wishes to overcome by referring to problems surrounding empirical and external difference rather than internal difference. In response to this, one might be inclined to cite Deleuze's reading of Nietzsche in Nietzsche and Philosophy, where he carefully traces the genesis of the image of thought in terms of a play of active and reactive forces. But the metaphysics of forces developed in Nietzsche and Philosophy appears nowhere else in his thought, while the image of thought does. If Deleuze accounts for the image of thought very differently elsewhere, supporting it not with reference to ressentiment and reaction, but by reference to the other structure, then why ought we to privilege the account given in the Nietzsche book? One might admire Deleuze's acumen in transforming Nietzsche into a systematic philosopher, but this is no reason to attribute all of the positions that he develops there to his own mature thought. In truth, this exercise of accounting for the image of thought on the basis of active and passive forces is entirely suspect with respect to Deleuze's own project. In the first place, we find nothing resembling active and reactive forces throughout difference and repetition or the logic of sense. This claim can be made equally of anti-Oedipus, capitalism and schizophrenia, A Thou Sand Plateaus, and What is Philosophy? Written with Gawaidery. Regardless of what readers such as Masumi or Hart might wish to claim, Deleuze simply does not adhere to an ontology of forces. One might object that the relationship between differentials in the symbol dy/dx indeed resembles an ontology of forces. However, this response inevitably falls short insofar as the relation between the differentials dx and dy is one of reciprocal determination, whereas the relationship between a Nietzschean play of forces always involves one force overpowering another, overdetermining it. In short, the relation between forces is external, while that of the differential is internal. For Deleuze Nietzsche, active forces are entirely indifferent to reactive forces. This is not so in the case of the differential, which appears throughout Deleuze's work including Nietzsche and philosophy and which is characterized by reciprocal determination. It is indeed true that Deleuze evokes the differential with respect to Nietzsche, NP 51, but such an evocation nonetheless remains indefensible from the perspective of reciprocal determination. The choice to underplay Deleuze Nietzsche arises out of an attempt to avoid the romanticism that has emerged around transcendental empiricism. If, on the other hand, it can be shown that Deleuze does endorse the position developed in Nietzsche and philosophy, then no damage will have been done, for what a thinker says once need not be shown to be said in all other possible contexts. If Deleuze develops an account of the image of thought in difference and repetition that shows how this image is grounded, then it would be redundant to show how he also develops an account in Nietzsche and philosophy. Deleuze's position in difference and repetition should be privileged over that in Nietzsche and philosophy, in that the goal of this book is to determine Deleuze's position, not his position on Nietzsche. Deleuze's position on Nietzsche or any other thinker is, in this context, only relevant insofar as it sheds light on Deleuze's position. Otherwise, discussion of these other texts is just for the sake of idle curiosity. In our view, the only reason so much emphasis is placed on these other texts has been due to the great difficulty of the texts Deleuze wrote explicating his own philosophy. In a curious manner, this has given rise to a tendency to transform Deleuze into his histories rather than to see how Deleuze departs from these histories. Secondly, throughout difference and repetition and the logic of sense we find no reference to the moral terms employed by Nietzsche, ressentiment, bad conscience, the ascetic ideal, which ought to come as no surprise given the lack of an ontology of forces within his own independent works. No, if Deleuze is nonetheless inclined to claim that the image of thought is moral, then we must search for reasons other than those of forces to substantiate this claim. If the truth be told, given the inevitability of the process of actualization and its tendency, as we shall see, to cancel difference through the production of diversity, Deleuze's renunciation of the image of thought as being moral has the appearance of being a judgment of taste rather than pointing out something which is in itself objectionable. If recognition is to be placed in question, it is because of its tendency to naturalize or essentialize itself, rather than through any insidious moral machinations. Deleuze shows himself to be less than affirmative in these moments. Indifferentiation and the genesis of extensities. In fact, all three of these problems are intimately related and are solved together. If there is one defining feature of Deleuze's account of individuation or actualization, it is not simply that Deleuze provides an account of genesis which goes all the way to the individual, which in fact shows how the individual precedes general species, but rather that the process of actualization presides over the formation of extensities which cancel or cover over the differences serving as their condition of possibility. Put alternatively, in his account of actualization or indifferentiation, Deleuze demonstrates how extensities emerge from intensities. Or again, the process of indifferentiation shows how extensive, external differences arise from intensive, temporal, internal differences. This aspect of Deleuze's account of actualization is of tremendous importance in understanding the nature of Deleuze's critique of the image of thought. If we recall the opposition between extensive and intensive multiplicities from Chapter 1, then it will be seen that Deleuze's account of the genesis of extensities explains why we tend to reduce differences in kind, durational differences, to differences in degree or external differences. Insofar as the central error of the model of recognition consists in tracing the transcendental from the empirical, and insofar as this activity is based on a sort of blindness to difference, the genesis of extensity is the first step toward understanding how these errors come about. As Bergson puts it, it is this covering that we must grasp to tear it off. But we shall grasp it only if we consider first its aspect and its structure, if in addition, we understand its intended purpose. It is spatial by nature and has a social utility. Spatiality therefore, and in this quite special sense, sociability, are in this case the real causes of the relativity of our knowledge. By the term covering, Bergson is referring to space insofar as it covers duration or intensive difference. By the relativity of knowledge, Bergson is referring to the manner in which empirical or extensive differences can only yield us differences in degree, as we saw in the case of accounts of the sadomasochistic entity governed by the pleasure principle, rather than internal and essential differences. Here Deleuze, in fact, shows an advance over Bergson by seeking to center his account in terms of extensity rather than spatiality. To refer to these illusions, coverings, or cancellations in terms of spatiality implies a homogeneity belonging to the illusion as such. In other words, it becomes difficult to see how we can simultaneously maintain the relativity of spatialized knowledge and the homogeneity of space. By contrast, situating the illusion belonging to the image of thought in terms of extensities has the advantage of underlining the manner in which the illusion arises out of a specific individuation. Phrased more precisely, it is not the extensity itself which constitutes the illusion of the image of thought, since extensities are an inevitable result of the process of individuation. Rather, it is the spatialization of the extensity which constitutes the illusion specific to the image of thought. In other words, the homogenization of extensity, the universalization of an extensity as characterizing and defining all extensities constitutes the illusion of the image of thought. In this case, a threefold illusion occurs. First, internal and intensive difference is cancelled insofar as the extensity in question fails to serve the singular conditions of its own genesis or individuation in and through the idea. This is similar to the situation in which something is so close, so proxial, so evident that it becomes invisible. The extensity here treats itself as a space rather than an extensity. Here we also see a critique of Kant implicitly unfolding. Rather than treating space as a homogeneous field of a priori intuition, Deleuze seeks to account for the genesis of spaces or extensities that are discontinuous with one another. Second, intensive and internal difference is cancelled insofar as the extensity treats itself as a medium of homogeneity rather than an intensive multiplicity populated by ordinal singularities and their relations. In other words, all entities populating the extensity are seen to be composed of only varying degrees of the same elements. Sugar is composed of smaller amounts of sugar, etc., rather than as complex multiplicities defined by tendencies or potentials. And third, difference is cancelled insofar as any possibility of other extensities is excluded. A priori. A case of individuation is here generalized for all individuations. We find here the reason for Deleuze's opposition to transcendental accounts which would theorize all possible experience rather than real experience. These three cancellations function like so many affirmations of external difference or the model of the same. If, according to Bergson, we are inclined to spatialize, then this is because of utility. We already sense here one way in which the image of thought is moral in character. A judgment of utility is not based on a desire to determine internal difference, but rather is a judgment of value. In this case, what is valuable is what is useful. If the valuable turns out to be what is extensive, then this is because space is that which can most readily be acted upon, calculated, and manipulated. In close connection to this Bergsonian thesis is the claim to sociability revolving around extensities. Not only is the extensive that which can be most readily acted upon, it is also that which can be most easily communicated. how is it possible to exchange a flow of time? In this respect, extensity and language, according to Bergson, contain an internal link to one another. What is the significance of words? One must not think that social life is a habit acquired and transmitted. Man is organized for the life of the state as the ant is for the ant-hill, but with this difference, that the ant possesses ready-made means of attaining its end, while we bring what is necessary to reinvent them and vary their form. Even though each word of our speech is conventional, language is not therefore a convention, and it is as natural for man to speak as to walk. Now, what is the original function of language? It is to establish a communication with a view to cooperation. Language transmits orders or warnings. It prescribes or describes. In the first case, it is the call to immediate action, in the second, it is the description of the thing or some one of its properties, with a view to action. But in either case the function is industrial, commercial, military, always Socha 1.2. It is not difficult to discern the first presupposition of Deleuze's image of thought in this claim. Above all, the image of thought begins with the assumption that everybody knows. If something like communication is to take place, then it must begin with this assumption insofar as communication requires the transmission of a message from a sender to a receiver, based on a code, in which the message retains its identity from one pole to another. We can also recognize here the importance of the assumptions of good and common sense. Common sense asserts an abstract identity for the subject and the object, a form of subjective identity and a form of objective identity. As such, it claims in principle the communicability of that which fills in the form. Good sense asserts a distribution pertaining to subjects and objects which moves from the particular, the past, to the general, the future, which establishes communicability insofar as the future shall bring more of the same, insofar as extensity will continue to persist in a particular way. It is in light of this claim of communicability, of sociability, that the moral dimension of the image of thought truly shows itself. The question is, how do we get from the domain of the temporal populated by nothing but intensive differences to the formation of these extensities and their accompanying social morality? If it is true that Deleuze indeed presents a genetic account of real experience, then he is obligated to provide an account of the genesis of the image of thought itself. Any account which would treat the image of thought as being a merely external attribution, as an imposed ideology coming from without, would fall into the same empiricist fallacy Deleuze seeks to overcome. Hence we must avoid all naturalistic treatments of the image of thought which treat it merely as a result of some external social conditioning or state power. If Deleuze is inclined to speak of a state ideology, this cannot be because the state is an external force preventing us from reaching true being, but rather because there is a sense in which the state is produced internal to thought itself. The principle of sufficient reason. Indi-differentiation. Deleuze's account of differentiation or actualization is not an account of what causes something to be, but rather a variant of the principle of sufficient reason. It is true that this is also an account which seeks to reconcile genesis and structure, that seeks to account for the formation or the morphogenesis of individuals, species, and parts, but this account does not explain how a cause is linked to an effect, but rather articulates the necessary conditions under which individuation is possible. How are we to understand this difference? What is it that the principle of sufficient reason aims for? Deleuze expresses the principle of sufficient reason with unparalleled clarity in his unpublished lectures on Leibniz. Everything must surely have a reason. The principle of sufficient reason can be expressed as follows: whatever happens to a subject, be it determinations of space and time, of relation, event, whatever happens to a subject, what happens, that is what one says of it with truth. Everything that is said of the subject must be contained in the notion of the subject. DLS 15/04/80. We must proceed with caution. Deleuze is as deeply indebted to Leibniz as he is to Spinoza, Verne, Kant, Nietzsche, and Bergson, but nonetheless he is not a Leibnizian. This point can be established immediately by the use he makes of the Leibnizian concept of impossibility, and his rejection of any Leibnizian claim to the best of all possible words. We can see why the principle of sufficient reason would hold special interest for Deleuze. Where metaphysics based on genus and size conceive matters in terms of a relation between the general and particular such that the particular is merely an instance of the general and all individuating differences are treated as secondary, the principle of sufficient reason seeks to determine instead the conditions for the inclusion of predicates within the individual. Granting the principle of identity and indiscernibles in connection with the principle of sufficient reason, it is clear that such an approach is inherently at odds with accounts based on categories, forms, or hierarchies between genus and species. We can also see how the aims of the principle of sufficient reason differ from those of the principle of causality. The principle of sufficient reason seeks to determine conditions of inclusion or the conditions for containment within the notion of the individual. By contrast, the principle of causality seeks to determine why or how something comes about through a chain of efficient causes. As Deleuze puts it, what difference is there between sufficient reason and cause? We understand very well. Cause is never sufficient. One must say that the causality principle poses a necessary cause but never a sufficient one. We must distinguish between necessary cause and sufficient reason. What distinguishes them evidently is that the cause of a thing is always something else. The cause of A is B, the cause of B is C, etc. An indefinite series of causes. Sufficient reason is not at all something other than the thing. The sufficient reason of a thing is the notion of the thing. This sufficient reason expresses the relation of the thing with its own notion, whereas cause expresses the relations of the thing with something else. DLS 14/04/80. Alternatively, we might say that the sufficient reason of a thing accounts for the internal differences composing the thing in its individuality. Here it is not a matter of rejecting causality. No, causality and sufficient reason are certainly interconnected. Rather, it is a question of different domains, different problematics. If the principle of causality proves inadequate in determining the being of the individual, then this is because accounts from causes always refer to something besides the individual in question. However, we must also be on guard against thinking that the principle of sufficient reason returns us to the old world of formal essences. The ratio corresponding to the principle of sufficient reason is no longer the ratio essendi, the reason of essences or the reason for being. It is now the ratio existendi, the reason for existing. It is no longer the question, why something rather than nothing, since the principle of identity assured us that there was something, namely the identical. It is no longer, why something rather than nothing, but rather it is why this rather than that. What would its vulgar formulation be? We saw that everything has a reason. Indeed, everything must have a reason. What would the scholarly formulation be? You see that we apparently are completely outside the principle of identity. Why? Because the principle of identity concerns the identity of the thing and what it is, but it does not state whether the thing exists. The fact that the thing exists or does not exist is completely different from what it is. I can always define what a thing is independently of the question of knowing if it exists or not. For example, I know that the unicorn does not exist, but I can state what a unicorn is. Thus, a principle is indeed necessary that makes us think of the existent. So just how does a principle, that appears to us as vague as everything has a reason, make us think of the existent? It is precisely the scholarly formulation that will explain it to us. We find this scholarly formulation in Leibniz's works in the following statement: every predication means the activity of judgment that attributes something to a subject. When I say the sky is blue, I attribute blue to sky, and I operate a predication. Every predication has a basis in the nature of things. DLS, June 4, 80. A number of threads come together here which shed a great deal of light on Deleuze's project. First, we see right away that such an account is necessary on the basis of the original task of reunifying the two halves of the aesthetic, of providing an account of the conditions for the possibility of real experience. The former follows from the latter. If we are to provide an account for the conditions of real experience, then we cannot rest content with what can be intuited but must provide an account of the genesis of intuition from within intuition. But we also see that a position which would be audacious enough to claim that it had articulated the conditions of real experience can no longer rest content with genus, species, categories, and the most general forms of intuition, but must go all the way to the individual, to the singular, to a something, to that which exists. In this connection, we can also see why Deleuze centers his attention on events from one end of his thought to the other. It is precisely events which pertain to the existent, which define or are predicated of the existent. The existent is an event. It is also for this reason that Deleuze is always so careful to distinguish causes and effects, events, from one another insofar as causes form the chain of necessity while events form the chain of sufficiency. Finally, we see why Deleuze's position must paradoxically proceed by virtue of a critique and renunciation of empiricism and an affirmation of empiricism. If Deleuze must begin with a firm and far-reaching renunciation of empiricism, this is only so that he might return to empiricism in the end. The critique of empiricism is necessitated insofar as the actualized individual, which is not identical to its sufficient reason or the conditions of its individuation, tends to universalize its own actualization, covering over all the divergent actualizations borne out off transcendental field. It tends to erase differences in the course of its actualization. But such a position can only be an empiricism insofar as the individual, the existent, cannot be anticipated a priori, but can only be encountered in and through experience. We witness here a strange blurring of the a priori and the a posteriori such that the a priori becomes the a posteriori and the a posteriori becomes the a priori. The conditions are still conditions, they are still a priori, but they are no longer a priori in the sense of being universal. Rather, the a priori has been whittled down to the necessary and sufficient. It is an a posteriori a priori. What, then, does Deleuze understand by the principle of sufficient reason? How does he conceptualize and unfold it? Moreover, what is the problem or question with which the principle of sufficient reason grapples? We already have a clue for answering this question from Deleuze's adoption of Kant's term idea in his account of the being of problems. On the one hand, ideas are the side of illusions internal to thought itself, illusions which are no longer a matter of error or failures of adequation, but rather in the sense of optical illusions or distortions. On the other hand, the reason why reason produces these ideas consists in the problem of unity or organization pertaining to experience. Experience itself presents nothing but disconnected and partial representations. The Kantian idea represents the problem of how to unify these disconnect and partial representations into an ordered and organized system which can be said to properly constitute knowledge. Nonetheless, if this can be said to be a problem, if the organization of experience is a problem, then this is because the organization of experience is an ideal rather than something that can be brought about in experience. Deleuze will follow Kant in this articulation of the idea, but will transform it significantly. Like Kant, for Deleuze the problem of the idea is one of organization. However, unlike Kant, this organization no longer belongs to the conceptual order, but rather belongs to the sensible order and is a question of continuity, of how the continuity we find in actualized experience is possible given the undetermined, and in principle, unknowable/unintuitable, nature of the differentials underlying experience. We find here a critique of pure sensibility. While it is true that continuousness must be related to ideas and to their problematic use, this is on condition that it be no longer defined by characteristics borrowed from sensible or even geometric intuition, as it still is when one speaks of the interpolation of intermediaries, of infinite intercalary series or parts which are never the smallest possible. Continuousness truly belongs to the realm of ideas only to the extent that an ideal cause of continuity is determined. Taken together with its cause, continuity forms the pure element of quantitability, which must be distinguished both from the fixed quantities of intuition quantum and from variable quantities in the form of concepts of the understanding quantitas. Dr. 171. Continuity is what pertains to the individual. Individuals, whether they be subjects or objects, find themselves in a world characterized by systematicity, organization, predictable relations, habits. Only in the dark moments of the encounter does chaos seem to flood in and our world is called into question. The problem of sufficient reason is one of how to account for this continuousness, this order, this organization. We can already discern the question of extensity slowly approaching us. With respect to the problem of continuity, Deleuze identifies three characteristics or genetic conditions to be accounted for by the principle of sufficient reason, differentiation, or actualization. The dialectical idea is doubly determined by the variety of differential relations and the distribution of correlative singularities, differentiation. Aesthetic actualization is doubly determined by the determination of species and by composition, differentiation. The determination of species incarnates the relations, just as composition does the singularities. The actual qualities and parts, species and numbers, correspond to the element of qualitability and the elements of quantitability in the idea. However, what carries out the third aspect of sufficient reason, namely the element of potentiality in the idea? No doubt the pre-quantitative and pre-qualitative dramatization. It is this, in effect, which determines or unleashes, which differentiates the differentiation of the actual in its correspondence with the differentiation of the idea. Dr. 221. We thus see that there are two stages in Deleuze's account of actualization or sufficient reason. First, the formation of the idea through differential relations and the singularities these relations precipitate. It is this which Deleuze refers to as differentiation, and which he justifies on the basis of an autosynthesis. If it is necessary to postulate such an autosynthesis, then this is because there is an essential groundlessness pertaining to being. This was the meaning of the affirmation of chance. To provide a reason deeper than this autosynthesis would be to posit a ground beneath the groundless. Beyond the throw of the dice, this essential chance which generates necessity, there we cannot go. The idea thus represents the true transcendental moment in Deleuze's thought, but it is a transcendence which is also immanent and which has only an immanent application. As always, we must firmly keep in mind that the idea is the result of a passive synthesis as opposed to an active synthesis and is thus not based on a decision of consciousness. In fact, the idea is not even accessible to consciousness in its efficacy. As a passive synthesis it is essentially unconscious. In the second moment of actualization, the moment of the actualized proper, species and parts are generated corresponding respectively to the relations and singularities belonging to the idea. It is this moment which Deleuze refers to as differentiation. Hence, in a strange twist, species and the parts characterizing the species are that which must be generated. In other words, they cannot be assumed from the outset. We get a sense of what Deleuze means by this when he remarks that ideas are objectively made and unmade according to the conditions which determine their fluent synthesis. This is because they combine the greatest power of being differentiated with an inability to be differentiated. Ideas are varieties which include in themselves subvarieties. We can distinguish three dimensions of variety. In the first, vertical dimension we can distinguish ordinal varieties according to the nature of the elements and the differential relations, for example, mathematical, mathematico-physical, chemical, biological, physical, sociological and linguistic ideas. Each level implies differentials of a different dialectical order, but the elements of one order can pass over into those of another under new relations, either by being dissolved in the larger 232 superior order or by being reflected in the inferior order. In the second, horizontal dimension we can distinguish characteristic varieties corresponding to the degrees of a differential relation within a given order, and to the distribution of singular points for each degree, such as the equation for conic sections, which gives, according to the case, an ellipse, a hyperbola, a parabola, or a straight line, or the varieties of animal ordered from the point of view of unity of composition, or the varieties of language ordered from the point of view of their phonological system. Finally, in depth we can distinguish axiomatic varieties which determine a common axiom for differential relations of a different order, on condition that this axiom itself coincides with the third-order differential relation. Dr. 187. The first level or vertical level, that of differentiation, defines the types of relations and singularities belonging to the idea. We can also call this the structural level. The second level or horizontal level refers to differentiation, or the divergent actualizations which the idea undergoes. Hence, the various species are so many differentiations, so many variations of the differentiated idea of life. Between differentiation and differentiation lies potentiality, which is the energetic or actualizing factor belonging to the idea. We already saw in the last chapter why Deleuze is entitled to refer to a notion of potentiality or metastability with respect to singularities. Somewhere in this maze we shall have to locate the place of the individual. The static time of actualization. The foregoing provides us with a rough outline of Deleuze's account of actualization, but does not yet explain how actualization takes place. It only provides the map. Yet the map is not the territory. Now, the first point to keep in mind is that actualization is not dynamic, but rather static. To claim that actualization, the principle of sufficient reason, is dynamic would be tantamount to offering a causal account of actualization. But, as we saw, causality can only provide necessary reasons for something, never sufficient reasons. Moreover, we have already seen that the principle of causality is dependent upon the first passive synthesis of habitus, which sets up a system of retentions and expectations. Consequently, it follows that the notion of causality is itself necessarily dependent upon the process of actualization and not the reverse. There is causality only to the degree that there is actualization. As a result, it is sufficient to understand that the genesis takes place in time not between one actual term, however small, and another actual term, but between the virtual and its actualization. In other words, it goes from the structure to its incarnation, from the conditions of a problem to the cases of solution, from the differential elements and their ideal connections to actual terms and diverse real relations which constitute at each moment the actuality of time. This is a genesis without dynamism, evolving necessarily in the element of a suprahistoricity, a static genesis which may be understood as the correlate of the notion of passive synthesis, which in turn illuminates that notion. Dr. 183. There is certainly something strange in the notion of a static genesis. The term genesis generally denotes movement, change, process, emergence. On the other hand, the term stasis generally indicates a lack of movement, standing still, stagnation, self-identity. However, the issue here is not one of an opposition between movement and rest. Deleuze recognizes actualization or static genesis as the only form of true movement, but rather of the difference between horizontal modes of movement and vertical modes of movement. If it is necessary for static genesis to be static, then this is because genesis must account for the constitution or donation of the extensities within which horizontal or dynamic movements take place. We can think of the difference between the horizontal and the vertical, the dynamic and the static, as the difference between symptom and paradigm, where the symptom is the plane of combination and the paradigm is the plane or reservoir of selection. To clarify matters further, we might think of the game of chess, where the movements throughout the game, the dynamic instances, are first dependent upon the constitution of the space of the game, the board, the configuration, the opposing sides, the values of the pieces, etc. In other words, a static genesis is a positional genesis in the full symbolic sense, defining the ordinality of a system which allows something like a play of presence and absence to take place at the level of actualized experience. Something can only be missing insofar as it has a place. If such a notion of genesis is necessary, then this is because only a static genesis of individuals can account for the sufficient reason of the individual without perpetually deferring such an account to something other than the individual. For this reason Deleuze will claim that every object contains two halves, one virtual and one actual. We can see why such a duality is necessary insofar as the virtual determines the conditions under which the actual is possible. The virtual constitutes the sufficient reason of the actual and thus is necessarily linked to the actual. However, while it is true that the virtual is necessarily linked to the actual, we cannot say that the virtual resembles the actual. The virtual is analogous to a code, and like all codes or combinatorial systems, there is no resemblance to the message. The reality of the virtual consists of the differential elements and relations along with the singular points which correspond to them. The reality of the virtual is structure. We must avoid giving the elements and relations which form structure an actuality which they do not have, and withdrawing from them a reality which they have. We have seen a double process of reciprocal determination and complete determination define that reality. Far from being undetermined, the virtual is completely determined. The elements, varieties of relations and singular points coexist in the work or the object, in the virtual part of the work or object, without it being possible to designate a point of view privileged over others, a center which would unify the other centers. How, then, can we speak simultaneously of both complete determination of the object and only a part of the object? We must carefully distinguish the object insofar as it is complete and the object insofar as it is whole. What is complete is only the ideal part of the object, which participates with other parts of objects in the idea, other relations, other singular points, but never constitutes an integral whole as such. What the complete determination lacks is the whole set of relations belonging to actual existence. Dr. 209. It is the virtual which allows the actual, the work, to emerge, to manifest itself, to show itself, to appear. Unlike the actual which undergoes continuous transformations through its relationship to other actualities in time and thus lacks completeness, the virtual is completely determined. The claim that the virtual idea is completely determined is necessitated by virtue of the nature of intensive multiplicities wherein all of the elements reciprocally determine one another. These multiplicities are on the order of combinatorial systems. But if the multiplicity or idea is only half or part of the whole, then how is it possible to say that it functions as the sufficient reason of the object? If the virtual functions as the sufficient reason of the actualized term, then this is because the actual is one of the combinatorial possibilities belonging to the system. Not only do we see here how the relationship between virtual and actual is one of static genesis, but we also see the beginnings of an account of how individuation is carried all the way to the individual. To real experience. The time of sufficient reason. As the term suggests, static genesis involves a special relationship to time. This is no longer the time of succession and simultaneity, but is rather a sort of internal temporality belonging to the process of actualization in its various manifestations. This is the time of sufficient reason, the time of problem solving, the time of determination. On the one hand, complete determination carries out the differentiation of singularities, but it bears only on their existence and their distribution. The nature of these singular points is specified only by the form of the neighboring integral curves, in other words, by virtue of the actual or differentiated species and spaces. On the other hand, the essential aspects of sufficient reason determinability, reciprocal determination, complete determination find their systematic unity in progressive determination. In effect, the reciprocity of determination does not signify a regression, or a marking of time, but a veritable progression in which the reciprocal terms must be secured step by step, and the relations themselves established between them. The completeness of the determination also implies the progressivity of adjunct fields. In going from A to B and then B to A, we do not arrive back at the point of departure as in a bare repetition, rather the repetition between A and B and A is the progressive tour or description of the whole of a problematic field. Dr. 210. What we find here is the phenomenon of iteration in which difference is produced in the process of the field tracing itself. The process here resembles that of Peirce's dimension of the interpreton belonging to signs, where the interpreton can in turn become the semiotic object for another interpreton, thus engendering a series. How, then, does this constitute a properly structural time? In this sense, by virtue of this progressivity, every structure has a purely logical, ideal, or dialectical time. However, this virtual time determines a time of differentiation, or rather rhythms of different times of actualization which correspond to the relations and singularities of the structure and, for their part, measure the passage from the virtual to the actual. In this regard, four terms are synonymous: actualize, differentiate, integrate, and solve. Each differentiation is a local integration or a local solution which connects with others in the overall solution of the global integration. Dr. 210-11. The movement from A to B and from B to A is the time of unfolding, a solution which constitutes not a time of passage or succession, but rather an internal temporality belonging to the actualization itself. We might think here of the modes of time found in games, or the development of organisms, or the social codes surrounding the different stages of life between childhood, adulthood, and old age. The spatialization of intensive time. This internal time or temporality presiding over the actualization of the idea is rendered possible by the potentiality of the idea, spatiotemporal dynamisms, or intensities. According to Deleuze, this process of actualization also corresponds to the formation of extensities or spaces pertaining to the actualization. With contract D or extended times and according to the reasons for acceleration or delay, other spaces are created. Even the stoppage assumes the aspects of a creative actualization in the case of Neoteny. In principle, the temporal factor allows the transformation of dynamisms, even though these may be asymmetrical, spatially irreducible, and completely differentiated, or rather, differentiating. Dr. 216. As a first approximation, then, we can say that spatialization, extensialization, takes place as a result of the variable relaxation or contraction of time. A highly contract time is one containing maximum difference, while a relatively relaxed time is one characterized by relatively little difference, by differences in degree. This process of actualization and the genesis of extensities it involves contains an essential relationship to singularity. In his lectures on Leibniz, Deleuze attempts to elucidate this relationship by discussing the continuity between the world in which Adam sinned and the seduction of Eve, which are two events defining two singularities. What does it mean that there is continuity between the seduction of Eve and Adam's sin? It's that the difference between the two is a difference that tends to disappear. I would say therefore that truths of essence are governed by the principle of identity, truths of existence are governed by the law of continuity, or evanescent differences, and that comes to the same. DLS, 22/04/80. If actualized truths of existence tend to disappear, this is because singularities extend into one another. Thus, for example, take a square. The square is composed of four singularities belonging to each of its corners. Now, you take a singularity, it's a point, you take it as the center of a circle. Which circle? All the way into the neighborhood of the other singular ity. In other words, in the square Abed, you take A as center of a circle that stops or whose periphery is in the neighborhood of singularity B. You do the same thing with B, you trace a circle that stops in the neighborhood of the singularity A and you trace another circle that stops in the neighborhood of singularity E. These circles intersect. You go on like that, constructing, from one singularity to the next, what you will be able to call a continuity. The simplest case of continuity is a straight line, but there is also precisely a continuity of non-straight lines. With your system of circles that intersect, you will say that there is continuity when the values of two ordinary series, those of A, those of BA, coincide. When there is a coincidence of values of two ordinary series encompassed in the two circles, You have a continuity. If the series of ordinaries that derive from singularities diverge, then you have a discontinuity. DLS 29/04/80. What we get here is a distribution of singular and ordinary points which shows how the two are interrelated and interdependent. We also find here the significance of the concept of reciprocal determination. If relations must be reciprocally determined, if they are nothing in relation to themselves, this is because singularity can only be defined by its relation to the vicinity of another singularity. It is this passage from one singular ity to another which constitutes the being of extensity. The intensive factors of actualization. In this rudimentary articulation of Deleuze's discussion of the formation of continuities or extensities, we thus discover a paradoxical situation in which singularity, intensity, or the being of the sensible is what allows the sensible to be sensed while nonetheless cancelling itself as difference. As Deleuze claims, difference is not diversity. Diversity is given, but difference is that by which the given is given, that by which the given is given as diverse. Difference is not the phenomenon but the noumenon closest to the phenomenon, Dr. 222. How are we to understand this paradoxical relationship? As opposed to actual differences presented in the manifold of sensibility which are in fact continuities or extensities, the being of the sensible is referred to by Deleuze as intensive or asymmetrical difference. These asymmetrical differences are none other than the spatio-temporal dynamisms presiding over the actualization of the idea. According to Deleuze, the world can be regarded as a remainder, and the real in the world understood in terms of fractional or even incommensurable numbers. Every phenomenon refers to an inequality by which it is conditioned diversity, and every change refers to a difference which is its sufficient reason. Everything which happens and everything which appears is related with orders of differences of level, temperature, pressure, tension, potential, differences of intensity. Dr. 222. Unlike qualitative and extensive differences that are understood to differ from one another only in terms of degree rather than kind, for instance, a sugar cube that can be thought as being made up of smaller portions of sugar-intensive difference marks an asymmetry or disparity that cannot be thought of as being made up of other differences. In other words, it is these intensive differences, these singular differences, which allow things to stand forth and show themselves, or which are that by which diversity is given. In the case of differences in degree or numerical multiplicities, any division only yields varying quantities of what was already there. We see this in the case of the square, where the singularities are drawn into one another such that the ordinary points only differ in degree from one another. However, whenever I divide an intensity or an intensive multiplicity, I am yielded other intensive asymmetries. Deleuze's examples above are illuminating. A temperature, say the point at which water boils, cannot be thought of as being made up of other temperatures, but instead marks a threshold that is absolutely affirmative and positive in its being. It is an ordinal difference, a position, a place. The case is similar with respect to speeds, sounds, and different pressures and tensions. In all of these cases, certain things are only possible in terms of these differences. Consequently, Deleuze's transcendental empiricism does not offer a relativity of truth that would be relative to a particular subject's or community's perspective, but instead articulates the truth of relativity or of perspective, wherein certain phenomena are only possible in terms of the asymmetrical scale of difference they involve, i.e., the world looks very different when viewed at 5 miles an hour than it does at 50 miles an hour. Moreover, intensive differences are not themselves sensible because things like temperature, pressure, and so on can only be sensed in terms of their effects rather than their sensible positivity. On the other hand, intensive differences can only be sensed because we must undergo these thresh. 239. Individuation. Olds of transformation or variation in order to arrive at them. It is in this respect that intensities can be said to be individuating differences belonging to a static genesis. They are not identical to the individual, but they do preside over the manner in which the individual individuates itself. Deleuze attributes three properties to intensive difference which distinguish it from extensive difference. First, as we have seen, intensive differences include the unequal in itself, or that which cannot be concealed through differences in quantity. As the unequal in itself, intensive differences ought to be thought in terms of ordination or dimensions. Here Deleuze offers examples from mathematics in which number systems are constructed on the basis of inequalities. As he puts it, we see that every systematic type is constructed on the basis of an S-entile inequality, and retains that inequality in relation to the next lowest type. Thus, fractions involve the impossibility of reducing the relation between two quantities to a whole number, dr 232. In short, these inequalities which are positive in character mark domains of different number types that allow for specific mathematical operations. Ordinality thus precedes cardinality, as the example of the square demonstrates, within mathematics. Second, Deleuze contends that intensity affirms difference. Here difference does not indicate negative relations or oppositions between terms, opposition is more an effect of the relation than the reverse, but instead indicates a difference that must be acknowledged as an object of affirmation in that it is a condition for the given of the sensible manifold. As a result, negativity cannot be understood to have an ontological status as in Hegel, but must instead be seen as the inverted image of difference when seen from the perspective of actualized phenomena that are then compared with one another. This does not mean that all talk of negation, negativity, lack, and absence is to be abolished. For instance, Deleuze pays exacting attention to the modes of negation involved in sadism and masochism in his essay Coldness and Cruelty, but is rather a call to pay attention to the conditions under which such absence is possible, namely, the positional or symbolic. In short, a structural position is an affirmation which renders lack and absence possible. This situates Deleuze's later criticisms of psychoanalysis in a slightly different light. Psychoanalysis does not begin with the notion of lack in its analysis of the subject, but traces the effects of structuration on the subject insofar as the subject has been subjected to structure such that lack is rendered possible in the first place. To say that lack is never to be discussed, that it is not a real feature of experience and subjects, is to cripple oneself intellectually and to be cruel at the level of actual praxis. Third, and most importantly, intensive difference is implicated or embryonized quantity. That is, it is a spatio-temporal dynamism presiding over actualization, generating its internal temporality. In other words, intensive difference is implicated or enveloped within matter in such a way that it allows matter to take on form and be actualized in a perfectly singular way. This takes place through a convergence of singularities extended into one another, as we saw in the case of the square. Implication and explication. With this third characteristic, we are returned to the process of individuation and the question of the relationship between the virtual and the actual. As we have seen, intensive difference is the being of the sensible or that through which the given is given. The question to ask is, how does intensive difference enable actualization? Deleuze describes this process as the movement from the implicate to the explicate or the intensive to the extensive. We can also equate this movement with the movement from the singular to the ordinary. Roughly, the movement from intensive difference to extensive difference is the movement from an energetic difference caught up in a movement of becoming to an extensive or spatial difference in which differences tend to be annulled and covered over by homogeneous species and parts. As Deleuze puts it, a living being is not only defined genetically, by the dynamisms which determine its internal milieu, but also ecologically, by the external movements which preside over its distribution within an extensity. A kinetics of population adjoins, without resembling the kinetics of the egg, a geographic process of isolation may be no less formative of species than internal genetic variations, and sometimes precedes the latter. Everything is even more complicated when we consider that the internal space is itself made up of multiple spaces which must be locally integrated and connected, and that this connection, which may be achieved in many ways, pushes the object or living being to its own limits, all in contact with the exterior, and that this relation with the exterior, and with other things and living beings, implies in turn connections and global integrations which differ in kind from the preceding. Everywhere staging at several levels. Dr. 216-17. It is singularity which presides over the genesis of these parts, extensities, spaces by marking the limits between one extensity and another. For this reason, deleuze elsewhere refers to the reciprocally determined relation dy/dx as a change of sign. In what way is the singularity linked to differential calculus? It's that the singular point is the point in the neighborhood of which the differential relation dy/dx changes its sign, DLS, 29/04/80. It is in this way that extensities are apportioned. They are defined by the neighborhood of a singularity all the way up to another singularity, thus simultaneously defining a continuity and a threshold. In an illuminating passage, Deleuze describes this movement in terms of energetics. Energetics defined a particular energy by the combination of two factors, one intensive and one extensive, for example, force and distance for linear energy, surface tension and surface area for surface energy, pressure and volume for volume energy, height and weight for gravitational energy, temperature and entropy for thermal energy, Dr. 223. In light of this passage, it becomes clear that the relation between intensive and extensive difference is to be thought in terms of a dynamic relation between forces which produce qualities. Simondon, who was one of the principal inspirations of Deleuze's account of individuation, expresses this process well when he claims that at the same time that a quantity of potential energy, the necessary condition for a higher order of magnitude, is actualized, a portion of matter is organized and distributed, the necessary condition for a lower order of magnitude, into structured individuals of a middle order of magnitude, developing by a mediate process of amplification 3. Thus, for example, when water, the lower order of magnitude, implicates a particular temperature, the higher order of magnitude, it begins to boil, thus producing particular qualities and parts in the form of rapidly bubbling water and steam, the middle order of magnitude. What, then, is the relationship between time and space, between duration and extensity? In order to determine this, it is necessary to articulate Deleuze's concept of intensity more precisely. Deleuze does not choose the term intensity to describe the actualizing factor between ideas and species and parts casually. Intensity does not denote a particularly vibrant or lively sensation or quality, but instead denotes a precise temporal relation pertaining to increase and diminution. In fact, Deleuze borrows his concept of intensity from Kant. According to Kant, perception is empirical consciousness, i.e., one in which there is at the same time sensation. Appearances, as objects of perception, are not pure, merely formal, intuitions like space and time, for these cannot be perceived in themselves. They therefore also contain, in addition to the intuition, the materials for some object in general, through which something existing in space or time is represented, i.e., the real of the sensation, as merely subjective representation, by which one can only be conscious that the subject is affected, and which one relates to an object in general. Now from the empirical consciousness to the pure consciousness a gradual alteration is possible, where the real in the former entirely disappears, and a merely formal, a priori, consciousness of the manifold in space and time remains. Thus there is also possible a synthesis of the generation of the magnitude of a sensation from its beginning, the pure intuition equals 0, to any arbitrary magnitude. Now since sensation in itself is not an objective representation, and in it neither the intuition of space nor that of time is to be encountered, it has, to be sure, no extensive magnitude, but yet it still has a magnitude, and indeed through its apprehension, in which the empirical consciousness can grow in a certain time from nothing equals degree to its given measure, thus it has an intensive magnitude, corresponding to which all objects of perception, insofar as they contain sensation, must be ascribed an intensive magnitude, i.e., a degree of influence on sense. Point 4. The concept of an intensive magnitude is not simply the notion that an intensive magnitude has a degree of influence q and the senses. No, if this were the case, the intensive magnitude would simply be empirical and would contain no a priori dimension to it. One might object by claiming that it is at least true a priori that the magnitude has a degree. But this is only a priori in the analytic sense, not in the synthetic sense. Rather, the notion of an intensive magnitude pertains to the increase and decrease of a sensation, such that, given any sensation, we can imagine its diminution to zero and its increase to infinity. If intensity has an a priori dimension, this is because the synthesis involved in intensity is what allows me to claim that for any given sensation I can imagine a sensation smaller or greater than that sensation. Similarly, for any two sensations pertaining to the same intensity, I can imagine varying degrees of the sensation between these two sensations. Although Deleuze rejects Kant's account of intensive magnitude because of its categorical dimension, it will be observed that the notion of the differential as presented by Maimon is able to account for the same phenomenon without assuming a priori categories. He nonetheless accepts Kant's basic definition of intensive magnitude, Dr. 230. It is with respect to the role of intensity that Deleuze diverges most markedly from Bergson. For Bergson, internal difference is qualitative difference, and true change or alteration is qualitative change. On this basis, whenever I divide a durational multiplicity, I am yielded a qualitative difference which differs in kind from the preceding quality. Consequently, in Time and Free Will, Bergson argues at length that the concept of intensity is based on a spatialization of duration which fails to take account of qualitative change and the difference in kind that it involves. In opposition to this, Deleuze argues that the Bergsonian critique of intensity seems unconvincing, because it assumes qualities ready-made and extensities already constituted. It distributes differences in kind in the case of qualities and differences in degree in the case of extensity. From this point of view, intensity necessarily appears as no more than an impure mixture, no longer sensible or perceptibly. However, Bergson has thereby already attributed to quality everything that belongs to intensive quantities. He wanted to free quality from the superficial movement which ties it to contrariety or contradiction. That is why he opposed duration to becoming, but he could do so only by attributing to quality a depth which is precisely that of intensive quantity. One cannot be against both the negative and intensity at once. Dr. 239. If Bergson is mistaken in attributing internal difference to quality, then this is because qualitative change can only proceed through a negation of that which it is said to differ from in kind, as a result of dividing the duration. As a result, Bergson is forced to return to all the problems of empiricism by having to treat qualities as self-identical and time and space as external to one another and already constituted, and to return to a dialectic of negation between qualities which are said to differ in kind. By contrast, intensity encounters none of these problems insofar as it posits a sort of identity in difference in the course of increase and decrease. Intensity is that which differs from itself without containing alterity, negation, or betweenness. For Deleuze, the concept of intensity will be important insofar as it will allow him to show how extensities emerge from time, which, as we saw in the second chapter, is the domain of internal difference. It will be observed that intensity, the increase and diminution of a sensation that belongs to experience by right and is thus, in a strange way, as Kant himself noted, and a posteriori a priori shares an intimate relationship to time. If I am able to conceive an increase or decrease of a sensation a priori, then this is because I can conceive it as unfolding in time as a becoming. We thus find here a reversal of the Kantian order of priori ties. For Kant, it is not the intensive magnitude that renders extensive magnitudes possible, but rather extensity is a precondition of intensive perception. I call an extensive magnitude that in which the representation of the parts makes possible the representation of the whole, and therefore necessarily precedes the latter. I cannot represent to myself any line, no matter how small it may be, without drawing it in thought, i.e., successively generating all its parts from one point, and thereby first sketching this intuition. It is exactly the same with even the smallest time. I think therein only the successive progress from one moment to another, where through all parts of time and their addition a determinate magnitude of time is fully generated. Since the mere intuition in all appearance is either space or time, every appearance as intuition is an extensive magnitude, as it can only be cognized through successive synthesis, from part to part, in apprehension. All appearances are accordingly already intuited as aggregates, multitudes of antecedently given parts, which is not the case with every kind of magnitude, but rather only with those that are represented and apprehended by us as extensive. 5. In this respect, Kant subordinates all perceptions to extensity. As a result, the world of intuitions is subordinated to geometric intuition, in which only differences in degree and external relations can be found. By contrast, Deleuze argues that extensity is an effect of intensity. Kant defined all intuitions as extensive quantities, in other words, quantities such that the representation of parts necessarily preceded and made possible the representation of the whole. However, space and time are not presented as they are represented. On the contrary, the presentation of the whole grounds the possibility of the parts, the latter being only virtual and actualized only by the determinate values of empirical intuition. It is empirical intuition which is extensive. While he refuses a logical extension to space and time, Kant's mistake is to maintain a geometrical extension for it, and to reserve intensive quantity for the matter which fills a given extensity to some degree or other. In the case of enantiomorphic bodies, Kant recognized precisely an internal difference. However, since it was not a conceptual difference, on his view it could refer only to an external relation with extensity as a whole in the form of extensive magnitude. In fact, the paradox of symmetrical objects, like everything concerning right and left, high and low, figure and ground, has an intensive source. Dr. 231. Under the Deleuzian model, it is not intensity that comes to fill in a pre-existing extensity, but rather intensity that accounts for the genesis of space. If Kant was led to reverse this relation, this was because he already privileged the representational identity engendered and rendered possible on the basis of space. But these 2 points remain to be seen. Depth and extensity. If extensity is dependent upon intensity and not the reverse, this is because intensity entertains an essential relation to depth which renders the determinations of extensity possible. As Deleuze puts it, it is notable that extensity does not account for the individuations which occur within it. No doubt the high and the low, the right and the left, the figure and the ground are individuating factors which trace rises and falls, currents and descents in extensity. However, since they take place within an already developed extensity, their value is only relative. They therefore flow from a deeper instance depth itself, which is not an extension but a pure implex. No doubt every depth is also a possible length and size, but this possibility is realized only insofar as an observer changes places and gathers into an abstract concept that which is length for itself and that which is length for others. In fact, it is always on the basis of depth that the old one becomes length or is explicated in length. Dr. 229. On the one hand, extensity fails to account for the individuations that occur within it because, 1. Extensity is an already actualized medium which functions as a field of homogeneity, hence this or that entity can occupy an extensity regardless of its own individuating factors, and because, 2. Determinations like height, handedness, and figure and ground will be relative determinations dependent upon an external relation to another object. However, in both cases, what renders these relative determinations possible is a sort of absolute depth which Deleuze equates with intensity and the pure past. This synthesis of depth which endows the object with its shadow, but makes it emerge from that shadow, bears witness to the furthest past and to the coexistence of the past with the present. We should not be surprised that the pure spatial syntheses here repeat the temporal syntheses previously specified. The explication of extensity rests upon the first synthesis, that of habit or the present, but the implication of depth rests upon the second synthesis, that of memory and the past. Furthermore, in depth the proximity and simmering of the third synthesis makes themselves felt, announcing the universal ungrounding. Dr. 230. Why is it that Deleuze treats depth in terms of the pure past and equates it with intensity? Has he not fallen into metaphor by conceptualizing time in terms of a spatial determination and a spatial determination in terms of temporal determinations? Everything becomes clear once we recall that the defining feature of intensity is its property of increase and diminution. We can immediately see why there would be an intrinsic relationship between depth and intensity insofar as depth is the ever-receding field of increase and decrease in precisely the same sense that intensity increases and decreases. In both cases, neither intensity nor depth would manifest themselves if there were not a passage of time. If depth is to be equated with the pure past, this is because it is a determination which does not itself ever become present. It is the ever-receding field of that which can be presented but which does not present itself. It is not the future, because it manifests itself on the basis of that which has diminished, cancelled itself, explicated itself, drawn itself out into extensity. If it accounts for extensity, then this is because it distributes the up and the down, the left and the right, the ground and the figure. Depth and the image of thought. It is precisely within depth and the genesis of extensity it entails that we can locate the site of transcendental illusion or the image of thought. As Deleuze puts it, once depth is grasped as an extensive quantity, it belongs to engendered extensity and ceases to include in itself its own heterogeneity in relation to the other two. We see then that it is the ultimate dimension of extensity, but we see this only as a fact without understanding the reason, since we no longer know that it is original. We also then note the presence in extensity of individuating factors, but without understanding where their power comes from, since we no longer know that they express original depth. Dr. 229. In treating depth as an extensive quantity among others, rather than as the intensive dimension that it is, we privilege the actualized over the actualization, the product over the process. As a result, all of the postulates of the image of thought become inevitable. It becomes inevitable that solutions shall be privileged over problems since the domain of the actual, the domain of extensities, is precisely that of solutions. It becomes inevitable that the form of the subject and the object, common sense, will be privileged insofar as these are actualized forms in space, the most general actualities pertaining to the extensity. Additionally, it becomes inevitable that a convergent use of the faculties shall be privileged insofar as the extensity represents an apparently identical medium upon which the faculties converge. If the distribution of the faculties in common sense is seen to proceed from the particular to the general, then this is because actualized extensity presents itself as a field of homogeneity wherein the differences belonging to the future can only differ in degree. However, all of this is undone when we recognize depth as intensity, as the pure past or duration. Where intensity reigns, depth can only bring difference and further individuations which undo those of the present actualizations. As Simondon pointed out, the pre-individual always contains the potential for further individuations. Depth can always give more. The genesis of individuals and persons. However, while the genesis of extensities accounts for the of the image of thought, its tendency to homogenize and cover over the differential origins of individuations, it fails to explain the presupposition of the everyone knows and the moral character of the image of thought. Extensity accounts for the medium of homogenization, its condition, its purport, but does not yet account for the genesis of objects treated as identical or for the moral dimension involved in this decision. The solution to this problem is to be found in the genesis or actualization of psychic systems or systems such as our own. In Deleuze's account, the first stage of the individuation of psychic systems consists in the formation of a world. This stage can be said to properly constitute the individual. This surface topology, these impersonal and pre-individual nomadic singularities constitute the real transcendental field. The way in which the individual is derived out of this field represents the first stage of genesis. The individual is inseparable from a world, but what is it that we call a world? In general, as we have seen, a singularity may be grasped in two ways, in its existence and distribution, but also in its nature, in conformity with which it extends and spreads itself out in a determined direction over a line of ordinary points. This second aspect already represents a certain stabilization and a beginning of the actualization of singularities. A singular point is extended analytically over a series of ordinary points up to the vicinity of another singularity, etc. A world therefore is constituted on the condition that series converge. Another world would begin in the vicinity of those points at which the resulting series would diverge. LS 109. Once again it must be emphasized that Deleuze is not asking what causes the individual, but rather is seeking the sufficient reason of the individual. At this first stage of actualization, we thus find a distribution of singular and ordinary points determined by the convergence of singular points. As we saw in the example of the square, this convergence is what constitutes the precipitation of ordinary points through the overlap of the convergent singularities. Here we find the genesis of extensities and the accompanying erasure of origins expressed in an alternative way. In other words, depth, the transcendental field, becomes the principle of its own erasure. Deleuze's claim that the individual is inseparable from a world is extremely important for understanding the nature of his critique. By locating the principle of individuation in the convergence of singularities, Deleuze is simultaneously able to provide a principle of genesis, the synthesis of these singularities in a field of compossibility, that residential cues the individual from being conceived American Samoa a particular of a general, since singularities are events and events pertain to existence, while also indicating the conditions under which the individual falls prey to transcendental illusion by universalizing the perspective upon which it is individuated. It is for this reason that Deleuze is quick to claim that to be actualized is also to be expressed. This thesis is poorly understood as long as we interpret it to mean the inherence of predicates in the expressive monad. It is indeed true that the expressed world does not exist outside the monad which expresses it, and thus that it does not exist within the monads as the series of predicates which inhere in them. The expressed world is made of differential relations and of contiguous singularities. It is formed as a world precisely to the extent that the series which depend upon each singularity converge with the series which depend on others. This convergence defines compossibility as the rule of world synthesis. Where the series diverge, another world begins, impossible with the first. In each world the individual monads express all the singularities of this world in infinity as though in a murmur or a swoon, but each monad envelopes or expresses clearly a certain number of singularities only, that is, those in the vicinity of which it is constituted and which link up with its own body. We see that the continuum of singularities is entirely distinct from the individuals which envelop it in variable and complementary degrees of clarity. Singularities are pre-individual. LS 110-11. The importance of this passage is twofold. On the one hand, by asserting that the world does not exist outside of the monad that expresses it, Deleuze collapses the fold of exteriority between world and subject which would otherwise ensure the homogenization of both. In order to see this, we need only consider that the claim that the world exists outside of the monad that expresses it is not only dogmatically metaphysical in character but also amounts to the claim that the world is self-identical to itself. But insofar as the world is considered self-identical to itself, and insofar as the world is a necessary condition of individuation, it would then follow that the conditions of individuation are the same for all individuals. But once we claim that the conditions of individuation are the same for all, we lose any ability to individuate insofar as all individuals, under this account, would in principle be the same. This, incidentally, is a key ideological mechanism insofar as it reduces the field of individuals to a single privileged field of individuation which then functions as an evaluative mechanism for all other individuals occupying the field. This is the peril of individualism. On the other hand, by demonstrating that the continuum is distinct from individuals, Deleuze avoids the second peril of subjectivism which renders the individual master of its own universe, free of any difference or altérité. The individual occupies the transcendental field, but is not identical to it. It is a result of a synthesis of singularities, but is not itself the origin of these singularities. A split subject is, by definition, incapable of being solipsistic. The first synthesis accounts for the genesis of individuals, while the second, based on the first, accounts for the genesis of persons. Initially this might sound strange, since we are inclined to identify individuals with persons. However, if we pause to consider that the recognition of oneself as a person minimally implies that there are other persons, we can see why it is necessary to articulate this second stage of genesis. The identification of oneself as a person minimally requires the recognition of oneself as a member of a class, where class is understood in the set theoretic sense of the term, not in its Marxist sense. It is here, at this moment, that the moral dimension of the image of thought begins to manifest itself. According to Deleuze, on the terrain of the first actualization, a second level is established and developed. Or more precisely, what is it that gives the monad the sense bestowal pertaining to the transcendency proper, to constitutionally secondary objective transcendency, as distinct from the immanent transcendence of the first level? The solution here cannot be the phenomenological one, since the ego is no less constituted than the individual monad. This monad, this living individual, was defined within a world as a continuum or circle of convergence, but the ego as a knowing subject appears when something is identified inside worlds which are nevertheless incompossible, and across series which are nevertheless divergent. In this case, the subject is vis-a-vis the world, in a new sense of the world, Welt, whereas the living individual was in the world and the world within him or her, Umwelt. LS 113. By locating this second level in terms of divergent series or incompossible worlds, Deleuze is in effect claiming that the second level pertains to cross-worldly relations or intersubjectivity. In this connection, it bears noting that the central problem of epistemology is not that of how a subject can know an object, but of how beings can be intersubjectively known. In other words, how is it possible for me to establish the intersubjectivity of my experience, or that I belong to a shared world with other subjects? The second level pertains to relations between or among individuals. If such a relation is necessary for the actualization of persons, then this is because the ego is essentially an other. The ego, as knowing subject, essentially encounters itself as other. The individual, alone, is unable to encounter itself as an individual. It only finds itself enmeshed in an umwelt or environment. Yet what is it which allows the individual to identify something between worlds? Why is the world in which the individual is actualized subject to an illusionary closure so complete that it gives the appearance of allowing no opening onto any other world? Here Deleuze cites the genetic power of problems. A problem has conditions which necessarily include ambiguous signs, or aleatory points, that is, diverse distributions of singularities to which instances of different solutions correspond. Thus, for example, the equation of conic sections expresses one and the same event that its ambiguous sign subdivides into diverse events: circle, ellipse, hyperbola, parabola, straight line. These diverse events form so many instances corresponding to the problem and determining the genesis of solutions. We must therefore understand that incompossible worlds, despite their incompossibility, have something in common, something objectively in common, which represents the ambiguous sign of the genetic element in relation to which several worlds appear as instances of solution for one and the same problem, every throw, result of a single cast. LS 114. In other words, as I argued in Chapter 2, the problem represents a sort of topological space of variation. However, it is not difficult to recognize the notion of intensity in this attribution of the ambiguous sign by virtue of its differential and heterogeneous power. It is on the basis of this ambiguous sign, which is common to many incompossible worlds without belonging to any of them, that the genesis of the person takes place. By virtue of this ambiguous sign, it becomes possible to generate predicates and categories defining worldliness as such. Thus, we are no longer faced with an individuated world constituted by means of already fixed singularities, organized into convergent series, nor are we faced with determined individuals which express this world. We are now faced with the aleatory point of singular points, with the ambiguous sign of singularities, or rather with that which represents the sign, and which holds good for many of these worlds, or, in the last analysis, for all worlds, despite their divergences and the individuals which inhabit them. There is thus a vague atom, that is, a vagabond, a nomad, an atom equals X common to several worlds, just as there is a sextus equals X or a fang equals X. All objects equals X are persons and are defined by predicates. But these predicates are no longer the analytic predicates of individuals determined within a world which carry out a description of these individuals. On the contrary, they are predicates which degenerate persons synthetically, and open different worlds and individualities to them as so many variables or possibilities. As for the variables which realize the possibilities of a person, we must treat them as concepts which necessarily signify classes and properties, and therefore as essentially affected by an increasing or decreasing generality in a continuous specification against a categorical background. LS 114-15. On the basis of this ambiguous sign, it becomes possible to envision worlds other than our own, for the ambiguous sign is what allows there to be multiple solutions to one and the same problem. It is for this reason that Deleuze refers to the relationships among worlds as a disjunctive synthesis. The relationship between worlds is not one of reduction or assimilation. In being related to another world, the person does not reduce this world to their own individuated world, but instead encounters a field of individuation ulterior to their own. If the ambiguous sign, object equals X, or empty square, renders this possible, this is because it is not itself identical to itself. In a manner similar to Derrida's difference, the ambiguous sign both differs from itself and is deferred. As Deleuze puts it, its peculiar property is not to be where one looks for it, and conversely, also to be found where it is not. One would say that it is missing from its place, and, in this, is not something real, and that it does not coincide with its own resemblance, and, in this, is not an image, and that it does not coincide with its own identity, and, in this, is not a concept. What is hidden is never what is missing from its place, as the call slip puts it when speaking of a volume lost in the library. And even if the book be on an adjacent shelf or in the next slot, it would be hidden there, however visibly that it may appear. For only something that can change its place can literally be said to be missing from it, that is, the symbolic. For the real, whatever upheaval we subject it to, is always in its place, it carries it glued to its heel, ignorant of what might exile it from its six. If the series that the object equals X traverses necessarily present relative displacements in relation to each other, this is so because the relative places of their terms in the structure depend first on the absolute place of each, at each moment, in relation to the object equals X that is always circulating, always displaced in relation to itself. It is in this sense that the displacement, and more generally all the forms of exchange, does not constitute a characteristic added from the outside, but the fundamental property that allows the structure to be defined as an order of places subject to the variation of relations. The whole structure is driven by this originary third, but that also fails to coincide with its own origin. Distributing the differences through the entire structure, making the differential relations vary with its displacements, the object equals X constitutes the differentiating element of difference itself. HRS 275. In Deleuze's account, the minimal conditions for structure consist of 1. A minimum of two heterogeneous series in which one is determined as signifying and the other as signified, 2. Each series being constituted by terms which exist only in the relations they maintain with one another, and 3. These two series being linked together by the paradoxical instance of the object equals X, or what Deleuze calls the dark precursor in difference and repetition. Now, if the empty square or object equals X is what allows for the actualization of multiple worlds in the form of persons, this is because the empty square, traversing both series, distributes a set of empty and filled, structural, positions actualized in each of these worlds. Insofar as the empty and the full can only be determined on the basis of the symbolic structure, where position is to be interpreted as singularity, we simultaneously get an explanation of how two worlds can communicate and how they can diverge. On the basis of this account of the genesis of persons, we are able to see how general classes begin to emerge. In an important formulation of this process, Deleuze remarks that properties and classes are grounded in the order of the person. This is because persons themselves are primarily classes with one single member, and their predicates are properties having one constant. Each person is the sole member of his or her class, a class which is nevertheless constituted by the worlds, possibilities, and individuals which pertain to it. Classes as multiples, properties as variables, derive from these classes with one single member and these properties with one constant. We believe therefore that the entire deduction is as follows: 1. Persons, 2. Classes with one single member that they constitute and properties with one constant which belongs to them, 3. Extensive classes and variable properties, that is, the general concepts which derive from them. It is in this sense that we interpret the fundamental link between the concept and the ego. The universal ego is, precisely, the person corresponding to something equals X common to all worlds, just as the other egos are the persons corresponding to a particular thing equals X common to several worlds. LS1 L5. Initially it may appear that Deleuze falls into a contradiction here. If there can properly be said to be a class with one single member such that its properties have one constant, this must belong to the order of the individual, rather than the person. However, a minuscule shift occurs between the first and second level of actualization. At the level of individuality or the constitution of a world, we had analytic predicates in the form of free and mobile singularity events. Here there was difference, but it was difference without alterity. As such, we have here a transcendental field out of which the individual is eventually actualized. At the second level, the level of persons, we have synthetic predicates, which explains why we are now entitled to speak of classes with only one member and properties with only one constant. It is true that at the first level the individual body envelopes singularities upon the transcendental field, but it does not necessarily synthesize them. At the second level, the predicates are synthesized forming a unity or identity. Consequently, classes must be thought as differing from singularity events in that classes mark or name their membership. But this identity, in turn, is only rendered possible on the basis of an alterity, a difference, a divergence. Thus, I is an other in at least two senses. First, I is other insofar as it is split or fissured by the empty form of time. Second, I is other insofar as it is only able to encounter itself as I through a disjunctive relation to other worlds which are not its own. I am not that. Such is the condition of being a person. Yet it is a paradoxical genesis insofar as something common must nonetheless be identified between these worlds for the differentiation to take place. On the basis of this second level, it becomes possible to specify classes of increasing generality, thus effacing the disjunction of the many possible worlds which diverge from one another. This was already the significance of Deleuze's account of the genesis of extensities, and it applies equally well here. As Deleuze puts it, just as the first stage of the genesis is the work of sense, the second is the work of nonsense, which is always co-present to sense, aleatory point or ambiguous sign. It is for this reason that the two stages, and their distinction, are necessarily found. In accordance with the first we find the principle of a good sense taking shape, the principle of an already fixed and sedentary organization of differences. In accordance with the second, we find the formation of the principle of a common sense as the function of identification. LS 116. In other words, there is a way in which the genesis of the image of thought is already internal to the process of actualization. As a result, there can be no question of overcoming the image of thought as such insofar as it is an inevitable result of the process of actualization. There can only be a resolution to strive to turn away from it, a choice which will always only be partially successful. With the genesis of extensities or persons, not only do the origins of individuation become hidden, obscured, cancelled, but the divergences between worlds are covered over as well. It is this moment which Deleuze refers to when he indicates the formation of the universal ego. It is also at this moment that we begin to catch sight of how the image of thought is moral in character. The moral ground of the image of thought. The morality Deleuze speaks of here is not that of moral rules and laws in the Kantian sense, though his account should ultimately be able to account for positions assuming the universality of the moral law as well. Rather, morality is being employed in the more etymological sense of moralus, which comes from moris, which pertains to manners, customs, and conduct. It is in this respect that the moral dimension of the image of thought pertains to the presupposition of everybody knows, which is a matter of customs, conducts, and manners, and the genesis of extensities, which constitutes an ideal shared space which persons can in principle act within. The question to ask here is, what entitles Deleuze to claim that a genesis of this universal ego takes place? What allows him to postulate this universal ego as both the realization and the condition of the image of thought? And second, how is this assumption moral in character? The answer to this question is to be found in Deleuze's brilliant essay on Tourneur entitled Tourneur and the World Without Others. It should be noted that this is not the only place where Deleuze refers to the other as the condition under which the image of thought is generated. For instance, there is a brief discussion of the other toward the end of the asymmetrical synthesis of the sensible in difference and repetition, Dr. 254-61. If Tourneur and the World Without Others holds an exemplary place in Deleuze's discussion of the image of thought, then this is because it provides us with an account of genesis that is able to account for the moral dimension of the image of thought, the condition under which the convergence of the faculties is possible, the distribution into the form of subjects and objects, and finally the distribution of the faculties in the temporal order from the less to more general. In Tourneur and the World Without Others, Deleuze presents a philosophical reading of Tournier's fascinating novel Friday, revolving around the question of what it would mean to live in a world without others. Continuing his project of a philosophical symptomatology first, begun in Coldness and Cruelty and Proust and Signs, Deleuze gives a highly Lacanian reading of Tournier's text that revolves around the different structures of neurosis, psychosis, and perversion with respect to the other. 7 In a somewhat fanciful and romantic twist, Deleuze strives to show that a world without others represents a sort of perverse economy which opens the way to an elemental sexuality or manner of desiring no longer governed by the image of thought. Where neurosis and psychosis, according to Deleuze, are shackled to the other and thus the image of thought in such a way that they privilege a sort of universal ego, perversion, argues Deleuze, releases a double of the other as difference, such that the artificial convergence of all worlds is no longer assumed. In the present context I leave this dimension of Deleuze's argument to the side, with the intention instead of determining the properties he attributes to the other. If, argues Deleuze, we are able to determine what a world without others would entail, then it is first necessary that we be able to determine what the effects of others are in our world. In other words, we must be able to determine what characterizes the other as such. For this reason, the other must no longer be conceived as this or that particular other, but ought to instead be capitalized in order to indicate that which belongs to the other by right, that which constitutes its condition of possibility. According to Deleuze, the first effect of others consists in the organization of the world. The first effect of others is that around each object that I perceive or each idea that I think there is the organization of a marginal world, a mantle or a background, where other objects and other ideas may come forth in accordance with laws of transition which regulate the passage from one to another. I regard an object, then I divert my attention, letting it fall into the background. At the same time, there comes forth from the background a new object of my attention. If this new object does not injure me, if it does not collide with me with the violence of a projectile, as when one bumps up against something unseen, it is because the first object had already at its disposal a complete margin where I had already felt the pre-existence of objects yet to come, and of an entire field of virtualities and potentialities which I already knew were capable of being actualized. Now, such a knowledge or sentiment of marginal existence is possible only through other people. The part of the object that I do not see I posit as visible to others, so that when I will have walked around to reach this hidden part, I will have joined the others behind the object, and I will have totalized it in the way that I had already anticipated. As for the objects behind my back, I sense them coming together and forming a world, precisely because they are visible to, and are seen by, others. LS 305. Initially, we might be inclined to dismiss Deleuze's hypothesis on the grounds that the first synthesis of repetition or habitus ought to be more than adequate to account for the continuity of experience that Deleuze refers to here. However, a moment of reflection ought to be enough to see that habitus, while necessary, is only sufficient to establish random associations and not yet a fully fledged system of objects and subjects. If this is so, it is because the notion of an object entails a world independent of myself, independent of my random and free associations. In this respect, we can easily imagine a system of organized associations in which there were no objects. If objects are to be possible as phenomena, then a certain convergence of perspectives, a continuity in time, an aboutness and aroundness is required. It is precisely this that the other provides. The other assures the margins and transitions of the world. He is the sweetness of contiguities and resemblances. He regulates the transformations of form and background and the variations of depth. He prevents assaults from behind, LS 305. By contrast, when one complains about the meanness of others, one forgets this other and even more frightening meanness, namely, the meanness of things where there is no other. The latter relativizes the not known and the non-perceived, because others, from my point of view, introduce the sign of the unseen in what I do see, making me grasp what I do not perceive as what is perceptible to an other. In all these respects, my desire passes through others, and through others it receives an object. I desire nothing that cannot be seen, thought, or possessed by a possible other. That is the basis of my desire. It is always others who relate my desire to an object. LS 306. Already we can see just how profoundly the second level of actualization is dependent upon the other. Although the first level of actualization is composed of analytic predicates, these predicates are not on the order of properties, but rather of events and verbs. As such, this first level of actualization is like the frightening world without others, where all perspective is lost and continuity vanishes. It is a world of discrete events, not yet synthesized with one another. A pure transcendental field. Hence, what happens when others are missing from the structure of the world? Everywhere I am not, total darkness reigns. A harsh and black world, without potentialities or virtualities, the category of the possible has collapsed. Instead of relatively harmonious forms surging forth from, and going back to a background in accordance with an order of space and time, only abstract lines now exist, luminous and harmful, only a groundless abyss, rebellious and devouring. Nothing but elements. LS 306. The world of the individual, in Deleuze's proper technical sense, is the terrifying world without continuity or order. By contrast, the second level of actualization brings about the synthesis of these devouring events, hammers their sparseness into continuities, and gives them an order in time and space. I borrow the eyes of the other to see for me. It is for this reason that the second level of actualization consists in the person rather than the individual. I here recognize myself in the other. But this is not simply a matter of seeing the other as one who is like me. Rather, I see myself as being like the other. I only recognize myself insofar as I first encounter an other, as in Lacan's mirror stage. However, insofar as, 1. The other is that which establishes continuities in my experience, and, 2. Is that which distributes subjects and objects, the other cannot be another subject. If the other were another subject, then it would be impossible for me to have any experience of continuity in my experience when the other is absent. If the other were another subject, then we would be at a loss to see how it serves to differentiate subjects and objects, since that which differentiates can never be identical to what it differentiates. Rather, the other is neither an object in the field of my perception nor a subject who perceives me, the other is initially a structure of the perceptual field, without which the entire field would not function as it does. That this structure may be actualized by real characters, by variable subjects me for you and you for me does not prevent its pre-existence, as the condition of organization in general, to the terms which actualize it in each organized perceptual field yours and mine. Thus the a priori other, as the absolute structure, establishes the relativity of others as terms actualizing the structure within each field. But what is the Struktur? It is the structure of the possible. A frightened countenance is the expression of a frightening possible world, or of something frightening in the world, something I do not yet see. Let it be understood that the possible is not here an abstract category designating something which does not exist. The expressed possible world certainly exists, but it does not exist, actually, outside of that which expresses it. The terrified countenance bears no resemblance to the terrifying things. It implicates it, it envelopes it as something else, in a kind of torsion which situates what is expressed in the expressing. When I, in turn and for my part, grasp the reality of what the other was expressing, I do nothing but explicate the other, as I develop and realize the corresponding possible world. LS 307. We must proceed with caution, for Deleuze's comments here are misleading. When Deleuze asks what the nature of this structure is, he does not answer by claiming that it is the face or the expression of an other. If this were the case, then we would be returned to the position in which the other is another subject. No, these expressions are actualizations of the other structure. The other structure is not the expression, but rather the sign function which links expression to expressed in a field of continuity. Put in Pyrrhean terms, we can say that the expression is the representamen, the other structure is the interpreton, and the possible world is the expressed semiotic object to which the expression is made to refer. That Deleuze equates the other structure with the possible is extremely important. The category of the possible is one of the primary targets of Deleuze's philosophy of difference insofar as the possible is a retroactive effect of the actual which functions, in turn, to limit what the future might bring. And indeed, we see how this functions in the case of the other structure insofar as the other structure functions to establish continuities, to ground what can reasonably be expected and what cannot be expected, thus limiting the potential of being, conventionalizing it. Thus, the other is the existence of the encompassed possible. Lan. Gage is the reality of the possible as such. The self is the development and the explication of what is possible, the process of its realization in the actual, LS 307. The self becomes nothing but the morphogenesis of the possible, its definition, articulation, determination, and thereby comes to form a continuous world. We find here why Deleuze is inclined, following Bergson, to equate language with order words. If language is composed of order words, this is because it is defined by sign functions for establishing continuities between an expressed and an expression. Thus it can be seen that there is a profound ambiguity contained within the other structure. It will be recalled that Deleuze locates the origin of good sense in the first level of actualization. Alone this first level of actualization, consisting of the genesis of the individual, is not enough to constitute good sense. However, in relation to the other structure, good sense arises fully developed and determined. Good sense consists in the distribution of empirical selves and objects according to a linear arrow of time. If this is to be possible, then it is on the basis of the other structure that organizes the matter of the transcendental field out of which the subject is constituted into an organized structure of possibility generating a set of retentions and anticipations defining a field of continuity or consistency. It is here that the ambiguity lies. For on the one hand, the person, first level of actualization, ends up totalizing the world on the basis of the individual as material purport. However, on the other hand, the person is dependent upon the other for this to be possible. Now, since the other as actualization of the other always represents a world that diverges from my own, it would seem that rather than establishing a field of continuity, the other instead marks the limits of my perception, the horizon of my world. If this is not, in fact, what takes place, then it is because the other as expression of a divergent world is turned back away from that divergence and captured in the semiotic web born out of my individuality. The other becomes both material and purport for the continuity the person seeks to establish. Not only does the other structure serve as the condition under which perception of a world as continuity is possible, but it also presides over the distribution of subjects and objects. It is here that we encounter the genesis of common sense. The genesis of good sense consists in the distribution, formation, organization of a determinate system of possibility defining various paths of continuity. It is in this sense that it is based on a distribution of the faculties in each case with respect to empirical selves and objects. It establishes the role of memory, imagination, and perception in each case of a convergence of the faculties. By contrast, the fundamental effect of the other is the distinction of my consciousness and its object. This distinction is in fact the result of the structure other. Filling the world with possibilities, backgrounds, fringes, and transitions, inscribing the possibility of a reassuring world when I am really frightened by the world, encompassing in different respects the world which presents itself before me developed otherwise, constituting inside the world so many blisters which contain so many possible worlds. This is the other. Henceforth, the other causes my consciousness to tip necessarily into an I was, into a past which no longer coincides with the object. Before the appearance of the other, there was, for example, a reassuring world from which my consciousness could not be distinguished. The other then makes its appearance, expressing the possibility of a frightening world which cannot be developed without the one preceding it passing away. If the other is a possible world, I am a past world. The mistake of theories of knowledge is that they postulate the contemporaneity of subject and object, whereas one is constituted only through the annihilation of the other. LS 310. It is here that we find Deleuze's greatest resemblance to Derrida. If the other structure is a necessary condition for the distribution of subjects and objects, then this is because it functions as the condition of the possibility of both continuity of self and continuity of object. Without the other structure, the subject and object would exist in a state of complete coincidence in a manner akin to Freud's undifferentiated world of the infant. There would be no distinction, gap, or difference between the subject and the object, but instead a flowing mass of undifferentiated impressions. To be continuous as self is to be accountable for what one has been, to be identical or the same with what one has been. Hence the manner in which the self is the I was. By contrast, the continuity of the object is what will be. Hence, the other structure provides the perspective through which the subject can see its present self as continuous with its past self, while also providing the perspective in which the completeness of the object can be anticipated. If the subject does not encounter itself as a might be, then this is because the subject, on the basis of the other structure, takes itself to be always already what it is. It is in this respect that Deleuze resembles Derrida. On the one hand, the other structure establishes the difference between subject and object. On the other hand, it establishes the deferral of both subject and object in terms of completeness. The completeness of the object is always deferred by the unfolding structure of possibility, while the fullness of the subject is always deferred by its status as an always already. On the basis of the foregoing, we are able to see, 1. How the other Structure works with the genesis of extensities to establish the ground of the image of thought, and, 2, why this image of thought is moral in character. Extensities, as I argued in the last chapter, function as the medium of the image of thought by cancelling difference and creating the possibility of a smooth continuity among singularities through a distribution of ordinary points. Indeed, as Deleuze says, the other assures the distinction of consciousness and its object as a temporal distinction. The first effect of its presence concerns space and the distribution of categories, but the second effect, which is perhaps more profound, concerns time and the distribution of its dimensions, what comes before and what comes after in time, LS 31:1. This first level pertains to the individual and the genesis of good sense. Spatialization is also a movement from the more particular to the general insofar as I intend movement through space in terms of more of the same. The second level, pertaining to the genesis of the person, establishes the forms of the subject and object by establishing the possibility of a harmonious and convergent exercise of the faculties upon one and the same object in one and the same subject. This takes place by virtue of a temporal difference which distributes the object as a will be and the subject as a was. As such, the second moment establishes the subject and object as forms. If this is nonetheless an image of thought, this is because events happen, because there are always breaches within the other structure, because there are catastrophes. The Apollonian world of individuation is where man reigns supreme in his mastery, as homo fabricans, as he who molds the world and pounds it into shape with his very words and thoughts. But lurking behind this actualized order, which might very well be called the image of thought, lies the growling groundlessness of the terrifying transcendental field. Between these two passages, power and the curse become the complex ciphers of a dialectic unfolding between the aspirations for a totalizing individuation and mastery and the perpetual return of the encounter which calls into question this smooth continuity and sets it moving in another, unanticipatable direction. By contrast, the image of thought shows itself to be moral in a threefold way. First, if the image of thought is moral, this is because it is predicated on a fundamental, even primordial, decision for the smooth and reassuring world of continuity over the dark and ferocious world of the event, of the encounter. The image of thought establishes itself on the repression and exile of the encounter, of difference, in a way that can only be called evaluative. Despite the manner in which Deleuzians often talk, this is not to claim that one ought to choose the encounter over continuity. Encounters happen. Continuity is actualized. It is not up to us to choose them. Rather, we are chosen by them. Both are processes proper to being. Rather, it is to claim that the image of thought sets up a distribution, a choice, an evaluative system based on the binary between the monstrous and the collective, the anomalous and the ordinary. This distributive system is made possible on the basis of the other structure. Second, the other structure shows how the image of thought is moral insofar as it establishes a set of manners, customs, and conducts on the basis of the identification it affects in the subject and how it structures desire. This is the domain of language and order words. Finally, the other structure establishes the morality of the image of thought insofar as it grounds the possibility under which the presupposition of everybody knows is able to arise. Paradoxically, everybody knows becomes a distributive principle for selecting among those who do know and those who do not know insofar as this is a claim in principle which subjects ought to live up to. If they were only authentic to themselves as subjects, as knowers, then they would know. They choose to live in their own ignorance. Conclusion. Throughout this book I have sought to trace and resolve a particular puzzle, a knot, a paradox that runs throughout Deleuze's thought which revolves around empiricism and is of central importance in giving a clear articulation of what is meant by transcendental empiricism. On the one hand, empiricism, argues Deleuze, is the source of illusion, it belongs to the domain of the image of thought. This illusion arises in three interrelated forms: the recognition of only external differences rather than internal and determining differences. Second, this illusion involves the activity of tracing the transcendental from the empirical, and third, This fallacy consists in privileging recognition as the model of what it means to think. In one way or another, all of these fallacies are effects of the image of thought, which in turn finds its ground in the process of actualization insofar as it generates extensities and the other structure. If these are fallacies, then they are such for the same reason that Whitehead calls the fallacy of misplaced concreteness a fallacy. As Whitehead puts it, there is an error, but it is merely the accidental error of mistaking the abstract for the concrete. It is an example of what I will call the fallacy of misplaced concreteness. 1. In an analogous way, if empiricism is a fallacy, then this is because it treats the abstract as what is truly concrete. This is a fallacy shared by rationalisms, empiricisms, and transcendental philosophies alike. In all of these cases, the form of the subject and the object, along with the distribution of empirical selves and objects in space, is treated as the concrete, and conditions are thereby traced, as it were, from the outline of these forms. However, and this is where the paradox emerges, Deleuze nonetheless contends that only empiricism can protect us from the empiricist fallacy. As he remarks, "I have always felt that I am an empiricist, that is, a pluralist. But what does this equivalence between empiricism and pluralism mean? It derives from the two characteristics by which Whitehead defined empiricism: the abstract does not explain, but must itself be explained, and the aim is not to rediscover the eternal or the universal, but to find the conditions under which something new is produced, creativeness." D7. Thus, on the one hand we are told that empiricism is a fallacy, that it must be rejected, that it cannot deliver us true internal differences. Everywhere Deleuze rejects the adequacy of external differences, empirical differences, nominal or material definitions. Insofar as Deleuze equates empiricism with the external conception of difference, his critique of both empiricists and transcendental philosophies is identical. If Kant is to be rejected, this is not because he is a philosopher of the state. That is only a secondary reason for criticism, which can only be accepted after one understands how the state is linked to the other structure and the morality that goes with it. Rather, Kant is to be rejected because he leaves concepts and intuitions external to one another, because his thought, which is supposed to reach the transcendental, is nonetheless founded upon an empirical difference. Yet, on the other hand, we are told that only empiricism can save us, only empiricism can deliver us to the transcendental, to the real conditions under which experience is possible. How are we to resolve this paradox? What can Deleuze possibly have in mind? It is clear that Deleuze is playing on two different registers of the empirical. On the one hand, the empirical signifies any position which treats subjects and objects as the two ultimate distributive categories within which all philosophical problematics must unfold. The question here inevitably becomes one of how to overcome or contend with the way in which the relationship between subject and object is mediated. In this case, we are given four rough options for dealing with this problem, as shown in Table 3. Now, in all four of these cases it is clear that the central assumption underlying these roughly defined positions lies in the presupposition of the primacy of presence. Whether it be a world absolutely immanent to the subject in the form of a pure immanence to consciousness producing being through its perception or differentiating itself through contractation, or an absolute materialism where all is matter and configurations of atoms, or a naive realism where the subject somehow immediately knows the world, or a transcendental idealism where the subject imposes form on the world, all of these positions assume the primacy of some form of presence. They differ only in how they treat the intentional relation between subject and object. But insofar as it is always an intentional relation between subject and object, somewhere, someplace, an external difference will inevitably be posited and will parade itself in the guise of an internal difference. The conditions inevitably end up being traced from the conditioned. If only empiricism can save us from the fallacy of misplaced concreteness, if empiricism is the only choice that can save us from empiry. Subject-object. Subject. Absolute and empirical idealism, subject-producing world/variance of relativism. Transcendental idealism, subject imposing form on world. Object. Naive realism/empiricism/objectivism, subject knowing world through sense impraises. Absolute materialism. Table 3, schematic of possible philosophical positions based on the relationship between subject and object. Schism, then this is because superior empiricism radically calls into question the primacy of the subject and the object. This was already the claim of Deleuze's early work Empiricism and Subjectivity, and the nucleus of his interest in Berne. Hume constantly affirms the identity between the mind, the imagination, and ideas. The mind is not nature, nor does it have a nature. It is identical with the ideas in the mind. Ideas are given, as given they are experience. The mind, on the other hand, is given as a collection of ideas and not as a system. It follows that our earlier question can be expressed as follows: how does a collection become a system? The collection of ideas is called imagination, insofar as the collection designates not a faculty but rather an assemblage of things. In the most vague sense of the term, things are as they appear, a collection without an album, a play without a stage, a flux of perceptions. The place is not different from what takes place in it, the representation does not take place in a subject. Then again the question may be, how does the mind become a subject? 2. The empiricism of Berne, as Deleuze articulates it, begins not with the question of how a subject can know an object, nor with how subjects produce objects or objects produce subjects, but rather with the question of how both subjects and objects can be produced out of a field that does not assume them in advance. It is here that we can begin to see how superior empiricism avoids the fallacy of empiricism. Transcendental empiricism does not assume in advance what subjects and objects ought to be in the sense of formal essences, but instead sees them as productions out of a field of immanence where immanence is immanent to nothing save itself. The second move consists in pushing Kant's revolutionary concept of time to its extreme conclusion, identifying it with the transcendental field, which can no longer even be identified with mind or consciousness, and treating subjects and objects as temporal determinations. With this critical reversal, the assumption of presence is effectively undermined, and the subject and object must now be conceived in terms of both difference and deferral. A new option becomes possible which no longer falls within the options offered by the grid of metaphysics. Time becomes the dimension of the transcendental, its defining fiature, and internal difference is to be equated with temporal difference. If this avoids the fallacy of tracing the transcendental from the empirical, then this is because the temporal, internal difference is no longer to be thought as resembling the empirical, but instead constitutes a domain all its own. The subject and the object are temporal determinations, not the reverse. But if this must be called an empiricism, if we must nonetheless affirm empiricism, then this is because we are subjects. Since the transcendental is no longer to be traced from the outlines of the empirical, we can no longer rely on the being of a transcendental constituting subjectivity to bring us before the transcendental, but must instead seek out those gaps, events, traumas, shocks, and encounters which upset the smooth continuity of the subject, call its recognition into question, and introduce it to a domain that is neither that of the subject nor of the object. If these encounters, these curses, are signs of the transcendental, then this is because they announce a difference that is no longer that of the external or the material, but something unspeakable, ineffable, and indefinable in much the same sense that Derrida's difference sees indefinable. But these encounters are nonetheless encounters, and for that reason the transcendental philosophy of difference must still be an empiricism. As Deleuze says, we cannot anticipate the outcome of research in advance.